to the following orders proposed to be made by Transport Scotland, acting on behalf of the Scottish Ministers. And the orders are the A720 Special Road Sheriffhall Roundabout Compulsory Purchase Order, the A720 Sheriffhall Roundabout Special Road Scheme, and the A720 Special Road Sheriffhall Roundabout Side Roads Order. Because there are objections to these orders which have not been withdrawn, this inquiry is being held in accordance with the procedures set out in the Compulsory Purchase by Public Authorities Inquiries Procedures Scotland Rules 1998. I'm Trudy Craggs. I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental Appeals Division of the Scottish Government. I have been appointed by Scottish Ministers to consider the proposed orders and the objections to them, to hold this public inquiry, and to submit a report to Scottish Ministers making findings in fact and recommending whether or not the orders should be made. But it is the Ministers who will make the final decision on the scheme. Also here today are my colleagues Callum and Lucy, who are managing our sound and recording systems and all things technical, and they'll keep us right. This inquiry is being webcast live, except for Wednesday this week, Wednesday the 1st of February, when it's not possible to webcast due to industrial action by the BCS Union. Members of the public are, of course, still welcome to attend in person that day because they can't access online. The camera recording today tracks who is speaking, so generally the public seating areas for the area at the back there will not be directly filmed. However, by being here, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to you contained in them for webcasting and training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. To aid the webcast, please use the microphones in front of you to speak. So you press the button once to switch it on, and it'll go red when it's live, and you press the button again to switch it off. Please remember to switch it off when you're not speaking, so the camera then tracks the person who is speaking. And it is hard to remember when you're in the midst of your evidence, so I'll give you a wee look if you haven't done it. If you need to move the microphone, don't lift it by the stalk. Callum gets really very angry if we lift it by the stalk, because the stalks do break, they're a bit fragile. So before we go on, just some housekeeping announcements. Please can you ensure that your mobile phones are switched off or on silent? As far as I'm aware, there are no scheduled fire alarm tests, so in the event of a fire, it would be a real incident. Please exit by either there or there, follow the signs and muster in the car park areas. Toilets are located in the hall and lobby, to your left and to your right when you came in this morning. There is a defibrillator on site, so if there's any emergency, we know that's here. Finally, when you're moving around, if you do want to wear a face mask, that's absolutely fine, and try to maintain some 1 metre distance between each other where you possibly can. So, now on to the main thing. First of all, I need to confirm the names of those who are taking part in this inquiry session. So I'll start with Transport Scotland. If you could introduce yourself, those appearing on your behalf, and if you could confirm the order of your witnesses for this session.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Douglas Milne. I am a partner with Morton Fraser Lawyers, and I'm instructed on behalf of Transport Scotland. To my right is Ms Mokshta Beam Singh of Transport Scotland, and to my left is Zoe McClelland of ECOM. The running order for Transport Scotland's witnesses will be Ms Beam Singh, then Mr Hutchison, sitting to the left of Ms McClelland there, Ms McClelland, Mr Elliott, Mr Lansborough, Mr Hodgkiss, and then Ms Scott, and that will conclude the evidence for this particular inquiry session.
Thank you. And for the Sheriffhall overarching objectors, or SHU, if I'm allowed to call you SHU in shorthand, can you also confirm who's appearing on your behalf and confirm the order of your witnesses, please?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. My name is Alexander Brett Walker. I've got an announcement to make. We did have a Mr Cowan who is going to lead and cross-examine for us, but he's ill and he can't do that, so I'm afraid you'll have to put up with me in that respect, apart from if there's any tech cross-examination to do, then I'll have to defer to people who knows more about tech than I do. Our running order is I'll be dealing with the need an economic case. Mr. Wight will be dealing with policy. Now, if I could make, I'll run through the running order first. Then we have Mr. French of Spokes, who will be dealing with active travel, local roads network and public transport in the local area. Then we have Dr. Nash. He's not an expert. He's obviously expert in computer modelling, but not to the level of Mr. Elliott, so he's not appearing as an expert. Then on carbon emissions and climate change, we have Dr. Andrew Boswell, and he is appearing as an expert. Then, to round it up, it's me again on the environmental aspects that are not covered in carbon and otherwise. I've got one request to make, that Mr. French can't be here Wednesday or Thursday, but his evidence aligns very much with Mr. Hutchison's evidence, and I'm wondering if it would be possible to take Mr. French's evidence after Mr. Hutchison has been cross-examined, and is that possible?
Usually we like to do all the evidence for one party and all the evidence for the other. But if you can,
that's fine.
Can we do it on Friday? I'm happy to do it on Friday, and also I'm happy to make sure Dr. Boswell can fit in for his availability. So whilst that's your running order, I'm happy for that to be slightly flexible for your team's availability, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine. I don't think that. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I'm sure we won't be putting up with you, as you put it. So just for some background, for those who maybe haven't been involved in this so far, I held a pre-inquiry meeting here on the 4th of October 2022, which many of you did attend, to consider the processes to be adopted in this case and to establish who wished to take part in the inquiry process. These are set out in the notice of the meeting, which was issued to those who attended. So I explained at the pre-inquiry meeting that all of the objections that have been made are not withdrawn, and all the written material that has been submitted will be taken into account. Transport Scotland has also submitted further written submissions in relation to a number of site-specific objections, where the objectors have indicated that they didn't want to take part in the inquiry session but haven't withdrawn their objections. I want to stress that the procedure used to address a particular matter, whether by inquiry, hearing or written submissions, does not bear any relation to the potential significance of that matter in my recommendations. So at the pre-inquiry meeting, it was agreed that there would be 5 inquiry sessions which would consider the following matters. So session 1, which is the one we're opening up with today, is the overarching inquiry session to cover need and economic case for the scheme, policy justification for the proposed scheme, including national, regional and local planning, transport and economic policies, design development, including proposed alternatives and active travel, with the exception of the alternative alignment to the A720, which was proposed by Mr. Lowe, and that will be dealt with at another session, traffic modelling, carbon greenhouse gas emissions modelling and environmental impacts of the scheme and proposed mitigation. Session 2 will look at specific matters affecting Mr and Mrs Clan. Session 3 was to look at matters affecting Mr Capaldi. Session 4 was specific matters affecting Mr Lowe, including the alignment of the A6106. And Session 5 was specific matters affecting Network Rail. Since the pre-inquiry meeting, Network Rail has withdrawn its objection, and accordingly there is no longer any need for inquiry in Session 5. Mr and Mrs Clan have indicated that although they have not withdrawn their objection, no longer want to give oral evidence, so Session 2 is no longer required. Finally, it has been agreed that Session 3, to consider the specific matters affecting Mr Capaldi, will be a hearing session rather than an inquiry, and that will still take place as planned. So today's session, Session 1, is scheduled to take place until Friday of this week. We may not need the whole week, but we have it if we need it. Equally, if we do overrun, we now have Monday the 6th of February free to complete the evidence. Hopefully that won't be necessary to complete within the 5 days. The hearing session with Mr Capaldi will take place on Tuesday the 7th of February, and the inquiry session 4 with Mr Lowe will take place on Wednesday the 8th of February. Each day the inquiry will sit from until around 4:30, 5 o'clock. We'll break at a convenient point in the witness's evidence. There'll be a break for lunch for about an hour, starting at, again, a convenient time between 12:30 and 1. And we'll have short mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, again, fitting in with how the witness's evidence is going. From tomorrow and for the rest of the inquiry, we'll be starting at 9:30 rather than 10. So as we discussed, Transport Scotland will be sentencing its evidence first, followed by SHU. Each witness will start with examination in chief. I asked the parties whether they would be content with the precognitions or their witness statements being taken as read, and they both confirmed this was acceptable. So the whole of the precognition will not be read out, although I'm happy if witnesses want to choose to read an introductory section or a concluding section just to set the scene and get themselves settled. I'm happy for that to happen. Just a short section. Sometimes it's nice to read something before you start any examination chief or cross-examination, but I'll leave that up to you. But just a short bit of your precognitions just to set the scene. Any examination chief should be confined to picking up any relevant points which have arisen since the precognition was lodged. Each witness will then be subject to cross-examination, and I may also have questions. Now, I may ask questions at any point. If it seems to me that's a more appropriate time to ask the question. If it's a more logical flow, I'll ask a question, and sometimes it's in your head, you're in the flow of that matter, rather than waiting right to the very end after cross-examination. There will be an opportunity for re-examination by your team, but re-examination should only be in respect of matters which have arisen during cross-examination. Please try to avoid irrelevant or repetitious cross-examination. Just remember the purpose of the inquiry is to enable me to obtain the evidence I need to make a recommendation to ministers as to whether the orders should be made. I may intervene if I think a line of questioning or evidence doesn't assist me, or I may ask if it's taking a long time where you're trying to get to see if we can short-circuit the points you're trying to make out of the questioning. Although the session is being recorded, I will be taking notes throughout, and I may ask you to slow down or repeat something if I'm falling behind or haven't quite caught it. There's a lot to do when you're looking at documents and noting, but I'll do my hardest to keep up with what you're saying. It was agreed at the pre-inquiry meeting that closing statements will be exchanged in writing after the end of the inquiry sessions. The relevant objector will lodge its closing statements first, and Transport Scotland's will follow after that. Now, these closing submissions should also set out, in respect of this inquiry session, the party positions on whether the proposed scheme would be in contravention of the Climate Change Scotland Act 2019 and the Climate Change Plan Update, and whether the proposed scheme would comply with the promoter's duties under the Qualities Act 2010. And I give notice of that in the note of the pre-inquiry meeting. Dates for the submission of the closing submissions will be agreed at the end of each of the inquiry sessions, so we'll have a discussion about that and we'll agree the timetable for doing that at the end of this week. So first of all, Mr Milne, did you bring a laptop with you from the library with other documents on it, just in case anyone wants to look at it during the session?
The library opened at 10 o'clock and somebody is probably on their way back from the library now with the laptop.
Okay, perfect, thank you. At the end of some days, we might have to clear this room completely, but there is a room on site where we can store things if you want to, but feel free to take your things home with you as well at the end of each session. So just thinking before we start the evidence, I think there's one procedural matter that I'd like to deal with. I'm aware that over the weekend, I think, Shu, you've submitted 5 new documents, if I'm right from my notifications from Objective Connect. Now, I think one was the note from Dr Boswell commenting on Transport Scotland's errata to the sensitivity testing, which I think we've seen before. So we've got that. And then there's 2 further statements from Dr Boswell and a further errata. And then also Transport Scotland's EIA guidance from July 2022. I just wonder if you could explain why this has been lodged and why now.
Going through those in turn, I mean, the errata on my own precognition this morning, that was just notification that I made an error in referencing one of the core documents. So it's just clarification. The environmental impact assessment guidance from Transport Scotland only discovered the document over the weekend. but I think it's relevant. It's July 2022 document. But being on the environmental impact assessment regulations, it seems that, very relevant. It should be here.
Apologies. I wonder if Dr. Boswell, you could repeat that because of the banging going on in the background.
Yeah, sure. Yes. The Transport Scotland Environmental Impact Assessment Guidance, July 2022, only came across that at the weekend, but it's very relevant considering this is an environmental impact assessment scheme. And then the two other bits of, I think I called them additional evidence. Yeah, additional submissions 1 and 2. Additional submission 1 was just correcting tables which I put in my expert report following the errata and so on. Because of sort of domestic issues and so on, with my mother being ill, I didn't have a chance to really look at that material till quite late on. So it's late on last week I submitted that one. Additional submission 1. And additional submission 2, that is really just, when I come to giving my expert witness statement, that's really just a chart which is helpful to explain things. It's sort I'd call a sort of cheap and cheerful chart. It's not a very technical one, but it does explain. I can explain it all textually, but I think the chart would help.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, were you aware of those documents? Have you seen those documents?
Yes, ma'am. We received a notification as they were uploaded, and Dr. Boswell had sent some emails. Transport Scotland has no objection to any of these 5 documents being received, although late.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think you'd given them reference numbers. So your note commenting on Transport Scotland's errata is SHU SH006.072. And then the additional submission 1 was SH006.072. The second additional submission was 074. Transport Scotland's guidance is SH006.037. And then the errata, just correcting the core document, references in your precognition, I think was SH006.075.
I think that's right, yes. Additional submission 1073.
Yeah. So those documents will be accepted. Are there any other procedural matters either party wants to raise at the outset? No. Okay, so I'll let your first witness get organised, and then we'll go into your examination in chief.
Thank you, ma'am. The first witness for the promoter is Ms. Moksha Beam Singh. Good morning, Ms. Beam Singh. I understand that you wish to read the introductory part of your summary precognition, just to put your evidence in context.
My name is Mukshita Beam Singh. I am Transport Scotland Project Manager for the A720 Sheriffhall Roundabout project scheme. And my evidence demonstrates that the draft orders are justified in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of questions from me, starting off of a general nature before turning to the precognitions which were lodged on behalf of SHU. Could you explain to the inquiry in general terms why Transport Scotland is promoting this scheme?
The main purpose of the scheme is to separate strategic from local traffic. At the moment, the Sheriffhall Roundabout is the only at-grade roundabout on the bypass, and what the scheme does is, by separating strategic traffic from local traffic, it brings benefits to the cross-boundary local traffic movements across the junctions between various local authorities. It also provides benefits for active travel users by removing severance across the junction that currently exists. So by providing grade-separated path through the junction, the scheme does that. It's also part of the wider plan for transport across the region that helps to deliver the city-region deal. It also provides wider benefits in terms of improving access to employment opportunities and housing. What the junction also does is, by removing the severance that is between strategic and that is currently caused, it brings benefits for public transport as well. And the design of the junction has been future-proofed for future tram or bus routes, which is a key aspiration of local authorities. So the junction also provides that.
So, thank you, Ms. Beam Singh. A theme of objection made to the proposed scheme is that it is inconsistent with the National Transport Strategy number 2. Now, I wonder if you could refer, please, to NTS2, which is core document 3.14, specifically page 43, on which you find the sustainable travel hierarchy, and on the following page 44, the sustainable investment hierarchy. Please let me know when you have that document and page 43 in front of you.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that document, could you please tell the inquiry whether the scheme is consistent with NTS2 and its associated delivery plans?
Yes, the scheme is consistent with NTS2 and its delivery plans as well. It is, as part of NTS2, it is one of the targeted infrastructure improvements that is identified as part of the sustainable travel hierarchy. But what the scheme does, in addition to that, is it also meets that hierarchy in terms of improving access to walking, wheeling and cycling, and it also improves public transport reliability, so it also contributes to the NTS2 overall strategy in that way. It's specifically referenced in the NTS delivery plan as a measure that contributes to improving the road network, and it is also referenced as part of the second delivery plan as part of the city-region deal.
Another theme of objection is in relation to Scottish Minister's Climate Change Plan update. What is your evidence regarding the compatibility of the proposed scheme with the Climate Change Plan and update? Specifically, the commitment by Scottish Ministers to reduce car kilometres travelled by 20% by 2030.
Just taking the first part of your question first, the scheme aligns with the climate change plan update. The climate change plan update envisages that the transport system will tie in with the vision set out in NTS2, and I have explained how the scheme is compatible with NTS2. Therefore, my view is that it is the scheme is also compatible with the climate change plan update. In terms of the 20% reduction in car kilometres from the climate change plan update, there is a route map that has been published for the 20% reduction in car kilometres, and the route map references a change in travel behaviour to promote a shift towards active travel and public transport, for instance, in contributing to the reduction in car kilometres. And the scheme does that by reducing the severance across the junction, by providing active travel facilities as part of the proposed scheme. The scheme is contributing towards the 20% reduction in car kilometres because it provides alternative for people to use to travel. And what the scheme also does is the benefits in terms of journey times, they also apply to public transport. By offering that benefit, the scheme also contributes towards the 20% reduction in car kilometres.
If we could turn now to Shu's precognitions, and the first precognition which I would like you to have a look at is that from Mr. David French. Now, it's the second page, specifically under an integrated funding package. Mr. French calls for an integrated funding package and says that the fact that the connecting network of the routes that he calls for to be delivered largely outside the trunk road boundaries is a matter of bureaucracy and not of transport planning. You will see that the first paragraph under an integrated funding package. Could you please respond to Mr. French's assertions?
I don't agree with this. What has been provided, the active travel facilities that have been provided as part of the scheme are a step change in accessibility from what's currently there, and it has been developed in consultation with local authorities and other stakeholders to understand what the wider aspirations are and what the current provision is, so that the scheme can tie in with this. Mr. Hutchison will provide more detail of how this has been done as part of his evidence. What is also important to note is that there is, in addition to what the scheme does, Scottish ministers also have various other mechanisms for... Sorry.
No, I find it difficult to hear the thing when there's not noise in the background.
Just want to put your microphone closer to you. See if that helps.
Sorry, is this any better?
Well, that's lovely. If
Okay.
there isn't any background noise,
Yeah.
if there isn't any problem, if there is the noise.
I know we weren't aware of the background noise issue when we booked the room, and they didn't tell us, so I do apologise for the background noise.
Yes.
Ms. Beamson, perhaps if you can remember what you said, start at the beginning again, because I must admit I was struggling to hear you as well.
Right.
Closer to you.
Okay.
If it helps, what I've got noted, just to get you back into it, it's difficult to pick up your train of thought. You'd said you disagreed with Mr French that it's a matter of bureaucracy, and active travel provision that would be part of the scheme is a step change from what's currently there. It's been developed in consultation, and it would tie in with other authorities' aspirations. So that's kind of where you got to. And the Scottish ministers have other mechanisms, I think was the last bit you were saying.
Yes, so there are Scottish ministers have other mechanisms to provide funding for wider active travel plans. And if I take you to the overarching report,
And that's TS 001.023.
yes, it's section 3.5.67. There is significant funding at national level towards active travel, and 320 million of the transport budget has been committed for active travel as set out in the programme for government. It's also envisaged that active travel is generally very much a locally driven need, and therefore local authorities may be best placed to identify what their needs are and to then seek the funding that is available to develop active travel infrastructure within local authority areas.
And do we see again in that paragraph to which you've referred as Ms Beamsing 3.5.68 a reference to NTS 2 again and the sustainable investment hierarchy?
Yes, it does say that this is how the Scottish Government has committed to improving funding in active travel. It references the NTS2, and it also talks about the active travel framework published by Transport Scotland that explains how the uptake of walking and cycling in Scotland will be improved through policy.
Thank you. And then turning to Mr White's recognition, the fourth page of Daniel White. And if, while you're looking that out, what I would really like to do is just hand over to you to respond to the first full paragraph on page 4, which begins, "Further, the economic case for the scheme." And please feel free to respond to that sentence by sentence, whatever's easiest for you by way of giving your response.
Okay. Responding firstly on that the scheme seems outdated in relation to outcomes identified in the National Performance Framework. I disagree with this point. The Infrastructure Investment Plan states that it has been developed to relate directly to the National Performance Framework, and the scheme is a key part of the Infrastructure Investment Plan. Looking specifically at the scheme and what it does, the first outcome that's referenced is economy. By improving journey times reliability across the junction, the scheme will contribute to this outcome by improving economic growth. Turning to the Fair Work and business outcomes identified in the National Performance Framework, Transport Scotland, as part of its procurement, has to include community benefits and also includes fair work, and that will be done if the scheme is approved. At the procurement stage, there will be measures taken to ensure that the fair work outcome is achieved. In terms of its fair work and businesses will also benefit from the improved journey time reliability across the junction, and by removing sufferance that is currently caused by the junction. Turning to the environment, communities and health outcomes, the EIA for the project has considered all these factors, and Ms. McClellan will explain how the scheme does it undermine those outcomes. The scheme benefits a range of users, not just those who use cars, by improving active travel through the junction and improving public transport. The scheme also contributes to the children and young people and poverty outcomes because it caters for those who do not have access to a car necessarily. The next sentence refers to prioritizing the collective well-being of current and future generations, and again, the active travel and public transport benefits of the scheme will contribute to prioritizing the well-being of current and future generations.
Ms. Beam-Singh, the promoter prepared a document TS 001.002, which is entitled TN61 A720 Sheriffhall Roundabout Wider Impacts. Why was that paper prepared? And without going through it in great detail, what conclusions should the inquiry draw from the content of that document?
This report was prepared to look at the wider benefits of the project beyond the typical transport benefits, and what it shows is that the scheme will improve will provide a wide range of benefits, so including journey time savings, reduced time variability, increased resilience through the junction. But what it will also do is improve access to healthcare, for instance, to employment opportunities, within the region into economic growth areas identified within the city region deal. It also has an impact on removing housing and transport barriers to growth. It provides wider benefits relating to accessibility to support sustainable economic growth across the region. And it will also bring community benefits through the procurement of contractors at the appropriate time by embedding community benefit requirements within the contract in line with the Procurement Reform Act.
Is the promotion of this scheme justified by its economic case alone?
No, the scheme hasn't been designed on its economic case alone. We don't, as part of looking at a business case, we don't look at business case alone anymore. We look at, it's a whole range of criteria that we look at, and the economic case is now actually called a socio-economic case because it also considers other factors such as environment and inclusion. The economic case for the scheme is in the high value for money category, but it's not the sole criteria, and therefore should not have undue weight applied to it. The wider benefits that I have just explained, they are all very important for the scheme as well. If I take you to the overarching report. Sorry, my computer has decided to act up just now. Yeah, I'll just look for it here.
Just take your time and take the time to find the reference.
Yeah.
Excuse me, could I just intervene? Mr. Milne, could you just give me the reference number for the wider impact report while Ms. Beam Singh's looking?
Yes, of course. That's TS 001.002.
Thank you.
Yes, it's in section 3.3 of the overarching report, and specifically 3.3.3 of the report explains how the scheme provides a range of wider benefits, which include improving access to employment opportunities, improving access to growth areas, and reducing transport barriers to growth. And while the scheme is in the high value for money category in terms of its economic case, it is just one part of the larger picture to be considered. So we need to, it looks at the wider benefits of the scheme as well as the economic case.
And is it right that the wider impacts report looks at the proposed scheme alignment with NTS2 priorities and outcomes, and also measures the scheme objectives against the city deal objectives?
Yes, the wider impacts paper considers how the scheme aligns with the NTS2 priority, the 4 NTS2 priorities, and also how it aligns with the city deal objectives. And if I take you to the wider impacts paper, it concludes that the scheme generally performs well in terms of the NTS2 priorities. Of reducing inequalities, helping to deliver economic growth, and improving health and well-being. The scheme's alignment with the city region deal objectives are also explained on page 29 and 30 of the report.
And then turning, if we can, to Dr. Boswell's recognition, there are just a few points which have been brought out in that recognition, which I'd like to put to you. The first one being paragraph 19, where there's an assertion made that the promoter ignored certain opportunities to assess the scheme in the context of the 2019 Act, climate change legislation. Given the logistical impact of the legislation, which rationally requires paradigm shift in policy and planning, it is astounding that TS did not make a quantified carbon review of Sheriffhall before proceeding to planning in any of these contexts. And then we've got 3 contexts, A, B and C. Could you please take us through each of those assertions of failure on the part of Transport Scotland, and let us have your response?
Taking firstly the point about the quantified review as part of the road programme. As part of the infrastructure investment plan, there is a carbon assessment that is published, and currently the assessment, and at the same time as part of that, there was also a consultation exercise done on the method for undertaking carbon assessment of the IIP. So that work is still in progress, but it recognises that a method needs to be developed for the carbon assessment of the infrastructure investment plan, and it's envisaged that the future versions of the plan will include a different method of carbon assessment. Looking at the City Deals program, the City Deals carbon assessment I'll start that again. Because an EIU for the scheme has been published, that supersedes the carbon assessment as part of the City Deal guidance. And therefore, we're content that a robust carbon assessment has been undertaken. At future stages of the project, we will keep working with the City Deal to look at where future synergies can be considered between the City Deal guidance and what has already been undertaken for the project. Turning to then the point about a standalone carbon review of the Sheriffhall scheme, there has been one done as part of the EIU for the project, and it is published within the ES. In addition, there has been a sensitivity test undertaken to consider any changes to guidance policy that have taken place since the ES was published in 2019. And this is included in the further information report. If I just find the further information, environmental sensitivity testing report, which was submitted at the same time as the inquiry statement.
And then moving through Dr. Boswell's recognition, paragraph 26, capital B, again, there's an assertion made that it's irrational for the promoter to claim that policy compliance of the scheme must balance net zero against other policies as selected by the promoter. The key issue is the compliance with the legal framework. Now, to be clear, has or is the promoter balancing its obligations under climate change legislation with other policies?
No, that's not what I was trying to say at all. It's Transport Scotland balances a range of different policies, but that is all in compliance with legislation. We're trying to balance the extent policy with legislation. We are compliant with the climate change legislation. The scheme is compliant with climate change legislation.
And then Dr. Boswell, paragraph 28, as part of advancing its balance conjecture, the promoter, in its overarching inquiry report, selectively and misleading quotes from the latest programme for government. And then Dr. Boswell says he's set out the full quote at page 99 of the PFG. Can I ask you to turn to page 99 of CD 318, which isn't the latest programme for government? I think Dr. Boswell is quoting from the programme for government 21/22. Mm-hmm. But if you could turn to page 99 of CD 318.
Yes.
And in order to actually set out the full quote. Could I direct your attention and ask you just to read the first part of the first sentence of the third paragraph in the right-hand column? I can repeat that.
No, I've got it open. It's not going to the top of the page. But just to the paragraph that was in Dr. Boswell's precognition, that is followed by a paragraph that starts with, we will, however, continue to take forward work on the Roundabout program, and Sheriffhall, the scheme is part of the Roundabout program. Therefore, it is in alignment with the program for government. Is that the paragraph you were asking, you're taking me to?
That's the one. Thank you.
I can't move.
And leaving Dr. Boswell takes me to the final precognition that I wished your brief comment on, and that's Mr. Walker's environmental impact assessment precognition. While you're looking that out, Mr. Walker, to paraphrase, is objecting on the basis of the environmental impact of the proposed scheme. Can you please explain the promoter's approach to environmental impact assessment? In general terms, we'll hear in detail from Ms. McClelland. Explain the promoter's approach to environmental impact assessment and its consideration of such in the promotion of a road improvement scheme such as this.
The promoter's approach to environmental impact assessment is to consider the impacts of the scheme. The scheme is a road improvement project, and it is acknowledged that it will have environmental impacts, but as part of EIA, we look at, and as part of design development as well, the approach is to reduce the impacts as far as possible, initially by embedding mitigation as part of the design where we can, and looking at the mitigation hierarchy where this cannot be done, then it is also providing mitigation for impacts. And this is the approach that is taken. However, the environmental impact is again one part of the overall project, and while we mitigate impacts as far as possible, and we acknowledge that there are impacts, the scheme is justified in the public interest as it provides a range of benefits.
Mr. Walker, in his first precognition to do with need for the scheme, but still on the theme of environment as a cross-reference, says that the scheme fails to achieve its objective E, which is minimise intrusion of the new works on the natural environment, cultural heritage and people, whilst enhancing the local environment where opportunities arise. And your position, as I understand it, is set out in 4.1.12 of the overarching report. Do you agree that Objective E has not been achieved?
No, I don't agree. I think Objective E has been achieved. If I take you to 4.1.12 of the overarching report, what it says is the environmental statement reports the findings of the environmental impact assessment for the scheme. As a result of the EIA, a range of measures have been incorporated into the design to prevent, reduce, or offset significant adverse environmental effects. The environmental impact assessment has found that the proposed mitigation measures reduce the impact of the scheme, leading to no significant residual adverse impacts on cultural heritage assets, road drainage and the water environment, regional and local air quality and climate change, greenhouse gas emissions during operation of the scheme. Particularly with respect to air quality, there would be no receptors that experience an exceedance of any national objectives explicitly because of the scheme. Overall, the impact on local air quality is imperceptible. Large adverse effects are predicted on one property in relation to visual impact of the establishment of landscape mitigation planting and resulting from land take required for the scheme. There will be significant residual beneficial impacts on the amenity of the active travel routes, the views from the A720 and the driver stress on the A720. The development of the drainage design and the requirement for provision of flood compensation storage has provided an opportunity to create enhanced ecological habitats. The design was developed to ensure that sustainable drainage systems to the south of the A720 could create functionally linked ecological areas and use of native seed mixes and planting native trees and shrubs will provide further gains in floristic diversity, much enhanced beyond the existing new species poor grassland habitats. It therefore indicates that this objective has been met.
Thank you very much, Ms Beamsing. I have got no further questions at this point for you.
Thank you. I suggest we have a 10-minute break before you go into your cross-examination, you get your papers and thoughts together, and then we'll continue with cross-examination. So if we reconvene at 11:10. Thank you. Your time. Make sure you ask all your questions you want to, and we'll bear with you if you want to take time to get documents around you. Okay?
Thank you. The way I'm going to do it, Ms Beamsing, by the way, it's nice to see you again after the site visit that sunny day in October. Anyway, I'm going to cross-examine you up until Dr Boswell, where you refer to his precognition, because that's a bit typical for me. And if we just cut straight to the chase at sort of heading 4, need for the scheme, and you say there is a clear need for the scheme, and then you at 4.1.1 you say I need to bring the standard of Sheriffhall Junction up to meet that of the rest of the city bypass to remove the severance created by congestion at the junction and allow improved access for local and regional road users, cyclists and pedestrians. And then at 4.1.2, I need to support the Edinburgh and South East Scotland City Region deal. That's it in a nutshell, yeah?
Yes.
Okie doke. Right. When you say to meet that, to bring it up there for the rest of the city, wrong with the Sheriffhall Junction. And what I'm trying to say is that if the capacity was right, the junction would work perfectly well.
The correct junction?
Yes, it's not a bad piece of road or anything like that. It's when you use the word standard, you think that maybe if someone challenged a traffic order on it or something like that, it would fail. It doesn't fail in any of those respects. You can drive to it, and if you're lucky you get the green light and you can drive through the junction and everything's hunky-dory as far as a road engineer would design it.
It's probably it's probably better for me to explain what I mean by that. bringing it up to the standard of the rest of the city bypass. The current Sheriffhall junction is the only at-grade roundabout on the city bypass. All the other junctions are grade separated. By improving the standard to meet the rest of the bypass, what the junction will do will reduce the severance across the junction between different local authority areas, so for local traffic. And what it will also do is it allows provision of grade separated active travel routes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the actual roundabout that's there at the moment, it's fine as far as cars travelling across it's concerned, other than the limitations that you've described right now with the severance and the congestion and that type of thing.
Yes, it is an existing junction. It is
an existing junction, that's right.
But the junction will be improved.
That's your argument, yeah. So, yes, I mean, if we go back to the 1980s, it probably would have been built as a grade-separated junction if it was not for the deep mining proposals at Monkton Hall Colliery, which was in operation at that time. So, you know, at that in the 1980s, yes. But we are where we are now today, and I don't see, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see anything that essentially states that because all the other junctions are grade separated, this junction has to be grade separated. For example, as you drive east, traffic, you know, the traffic capacity reduces, or not capacity, that's the wrong word, the volume of traffic reduces as you drive east. So it's more complex than a sort of that it necessarily follows that because all the junctions are grade separate, Sheriffhall has to be grade separated.
Yes, it does it. It does it.
That's
all other junctions also has to be grade separate. Can you hear me?
Sorry, just repeat that, please.
Yes, it doesn't necessarily follow that. Yes, if all junctions are grade separated, then Sheriffhall also has to be grade separated. But there is a clear need for the scheme, and that is to bring it up to the standard of the existing bypass, mainly to separate the local traffic from strategic traffic, and therefore reduce the severance that the existing junction creates to local traffic.
That's movements. Fine, yeah. We'll progress through that as we go. Good. Right, now, but it's not self-evident anyway that needs to be a grade separate junction, but as you're arguing and Transport Scotland's arguing, because of all the factors that you're mentioning, it needs to be grade separated, right? And then you go on, it says to support the city region deal. As you know, this, I mean, you're probably very familiar with the city region deal, and it's a delivery arm to drive forward, accelerate, I think the word it uses, economic growth. And at the heart of it are what it calls its big moves. These are the things, and I'm using its words, not mine. This will make Edinburgh the digital capital of Europe. And the big moves that it lists are the Dunnard Centre, the Bayes Centre, the National Robotarium, the Usher Institute, / Bioquarter, Easter Bush, and the Food and Drinks campus at the Queen Margaret University. And I think with this excellent map that ACOM have presented, I think it's core map 1. I don't know the reference of it, but I think Mr. Milne kindly gave me a paper copy of it this morning. And I think you can see, I think it's in the green on this map. Have you got a copy of it? Yeah. Just tell me when you're ready.
Is it core map 1 or?
It's the sheet 1 core location, it says, and then it says sheet 1.
Yes.
You've got it?
Yes.
Good. Right. So, as I say, it really sort of is a good map because it includes all the sort of basic information and location. And one of these things are these big moves. That's the city region's word for them. So if we look at it right at the top, you can see the location of the Dinard Centre. This is the new concert hall at St Andrews Square, where they're going to deliver that in the next few years. As we go down, you can see the University of Edinburgh, and that's where the Bayes Centre is located. If we go further down, you'll see the Edinburgh Bioquarter, and that's with the Usher Institute. The two in tandem are delivering the Bioquarter. If we move east, you'll see the proposed Edinburgh Innovation Park. That's a sort of food and drink initiative. And it's right next to the Queen Margaret University. If we go out west, I think it's off the plan, I think it's way into West Lothian. You've got the Food and Drinks campus, and I mustn't forget about Easterbush, because that's down the 701. You'll see well, it's off the 701, and you'll see Easterbush campus. And there's lots going on at that to make Edinburgh the digital capital of Europe. So, why can't these things be built and flourish? Why do we need Sheriffhall junction, one junction and one road, for these big moves to be built?
I just found the reference in the overarching report that explains why the junction in relation to City Deal.
Please, if you could just précis it for us.
If I take you to the policy context report, which is PS 001.001.
Yep, go on.
Sections 4.21 onwards. Section 4.24 specifically states the CTD states that Transport Scotland will manage and deliver the upgrade of Sheriffhall Roundabout. The preferred option is a grade separated junction which separates local traffic from strategic traffic on the A720, and when complete will allow the traffic on the bypass to flow freely, improving road safety and journey times for all users, bringing improved economic benefits and inclusion across Edinburgh and South East Scotland. It will improve accessibility for all modes of transport, including walking and cycling.
Right, but yeah, I realise that's what the policy context states, but what I'm trying to get at is all these sites are a bit remote from Sheriffhall, and I can't see how, I mean, I find something ironic in the fact that we're talking about the digital capital of Europe, and Transport Scotland are trying to drag people across Edinburgh by car for their commute. Or is that harsh? You see, on one hand, if I could explain it better, on the one hand, the city deal, it's very much digitally orientated, all these big deals tied in with our centres of excellence, mainly the universities and that sort of thing. And here we have Transport Scotland going to upgrade this roundabout so that it's easier for cars to commute across Edinburgh. It just seems a bit. It doesn't seem to sit well with Edinburgh being the digital capital of Europe.
You have just said that it's for cars to commute across Edinburgh.
Pardon?
One of what you have just said, I think, is that it's for cars to commute across Edinburgh, but that's not what the scheme does. Yes, it is improving. It is bringing improvements for cars, but it's not just cars, it's also public transport and active travel.
Sure, but I mean, you do mention, I know, and we will get on to the junction itself, but I'm just looking at the wider picture at the moment. You do mention in your own precognition that it's got a regional context, that it's to do with bringing traffic across the region. So I'm narrowing that down and saying, well, that to me, what you're saying is that cars need to travel across Edinburgh. For example, if someone lives in Musselburgh and they want to get to the Roboterium in West Lothian, they need a really good road so that they can commute every day to the Roboterium.
Sorry, would you be able to...
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, as I say, maybe I'm not explaining myself very well. We'll move on anyway, but you see, reading, I can't remember which report it is, but, and this is possibly coming back to what you were saying, that this one junction in the southeast of Edinburgh, this one junction, if you take that improvement out of the programme, it's a domino effect. Everything else falls apart. The city deal falls apart. You can't deliver all these big moves. You can't deliver the housing, like the Blindwells New Town. You can't deliver that if you don't improve Sheriffhall. Is that right? I mean, is domino theory not? Is that a good description or?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the scheme, it facilitates and supports the wider developments in the region, including the city deal as well.
Okay. I mean, I think...
Sorry, can I just come in there, just to fall on the back of that? So if the scheme didn't go ahead, the rest of the city deal could still go ahead?
The scheme, it supports the wider city deal aspirations it is part of the city deal plan to enable all those other developments that are envisaged by the city deal.
But is the city deal, in your view, an all or nothing? So you've got to deliver every single project in the city deal, or is it some can be delivered and some may not be delivered?
No, I don't see it as an all or nothing.
Thank you, ma'am. So, then, I mean, do you want to say anything about how this will deliver the housing, like this chain of new towns, such as Blindwells? Do you want to say anything about that, and how will the junction assist in bringing forward these new towns that are in the city region deal? The massive, I think they call it, if you move east, you'll get the massive housing. No, I'm exaggerating. It wasn't massive. It meant a lot. You know, we've got, as I say, Blindwells where they're talking about. It's not only lesser Blindwells is approved, 1,600 houses, but ultimately they want. It's not in the local plan yet, although it's been safeguarded, for 6,000 houses there. And, I mean, I don't know if you know where I'm coming from, but I'm thinking, well, it's going to be a car-dependent dormitory, because vision for it. So what I'm trying to get at is that we're going to have a car-dependent new town not far from Sheriffhall. So was that one of the reasons why Sheriffhall, why the city deal feel that Sheriffhall is important?
On the point about access to housing, if I take you to the wider impacts report, which is TS 001.002, table 4. And the city region objective of removing housing and transport barriers to growth through interventions to increase housing and enhance transport connectivity across the region. It explains how the Sheriffhall Roundabout will bring a number of benefits to housing and to removing housing and transport barriers to growth by improving journey times and journey time reliability, not just for cars but also for buses, and how it also improves active travel in the region.
Does it though? It's, I mean, you're talking about improving active travel and bus times through the junction. I don't see how it improves active travel and bus times throughout the region.
The roundabout is part of the wider region.
Yeah, so, and you touched on this when Mr. Milne was leading evidence, and you touched on this, that really you're going to build active travel and improve bus times across the junction, and then other people, presume local authorities, will then pick up the baton and join it all up. Is that right?
The scheme has been designed in consultation with the local authorities so that it can tie in with what's already there and what the future aspirations of local authorities are. It's just one part of the bigger picture for transport and active travel across the region.
But there's no bigger picture, is there? You've got a scheme in West Edinburgh, but where's the bigger picture in East Edinburgh and leading out to East Lothian, the inner towns in East Lothian? Where is it taking, where is it promoting a new town at Blindwells or the industrial development at Cockenzie without being car dependent? I really don't see where we have public transport or active travel that's linking up South East Edinburgh, East Edinburgh and the inner towns of East Lothian and indeed Mid Lothian.
The scheme, it's not to solve the active travel concerns across the whole region. It's very specifically to separate strategic and local traffic at the junction, and at the same time it is providing benefits for active travel across the junction. I'm not saying that this will solve wider network issues.
Well, I think maybe I'll just let it hang there, and maybe when Mr. Hutchinson and Mr. French give their evidence, this can be eked out. I'm happy to pursue it now, but I think that's maybe the best way to let this issue hang there for the time being. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So then at 4.3 in your recognition, you talk about sustainable economic growth. What do you mean by sustainable economic growth?
It's economic growth that provides benefits for everyone. And
isn't that inclusive economic growth?
Yes. Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So sustainable economic growth. What I'm trying to get at is, do you mean, are you using the term as I would think the city deal use it, that they want to accelerate growth? That's what they are going to do. It's right in their front cover, accelerate growth. And you think of sustainable, they're going to sustain that. In other words, if they want to help the building industry, they'll build more houses each year, and the rate of building these houses will increase year on year, or local plan on local plan. And that's how that sometimes sustainable is used in that term. In other words, it repeats and repeats and repeats. But I think from what you said there, you mean it in the term that it's sort of good for the environment or something. How would you describe it?
So I just open my precognition to...
Yes, it's at 4.3.
It is economic growth that is not at the detriment of the environment.
In fact, I think in Mr. White's evidence, it's the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That's a good answer you gave there, I think. So that's good. So we're on the same. We understand now what you mean with sustainable economic growth. Is single occupation car use for commuting, is that sustainable in the sense you've just used it?
But the scheme doesn't provide for just single car occupancy vehicles. It provides for a range of users. Yes, cars will benefit from the scheme as well, but it's not just about that. It's also public transport and active travel who will benefit from the junction improvement.
But what I'm asking is, what we have crossing Sheriffhall is, and we know this because the worst congestion is at peak hours, particularly the PM peak. We know a lot of that is commuter traffic and single car occupancy commuter travel. Now what I'm trying to get at here is I can't see how that aligns with your definition of what is sustainable.
Yes. For instance, by providing the active travel facilities, it is envisaged that this allows the opportunity for people to switch mode of travel, and therefore it does contribute to sustainable traffic. And also by improving journey times reliability across the junction for public transport as well, it is envisaged that more people will use public transport.
Yeah. Again, you're coming back to the junction itself and the benefits you're trying to provide there. So we'll let that hang there. And as I say, it might be more appropriate if we ask Mr. Hutchison or Miss McClelland about that. But anyway, well, if I could just move on then, and just very much following on from what you just said there, this scheme will remove barriers to growth. Aren't you there, and I know you've touched on this, and I know I've touched on it, but are we not then going back to STPR 2008 when they had this idea of a 1 hour commuting belt around Edinburgh. So isn't the removal of the barriers to growth very much tied up with this idea in 2008 that we try and facilitate people to commute across Edinburgh? I mean, you mentioned what's happening in West Edinburgh. There's a lot of economic growth going on there.
There will be a need for people to commute into Edinburgh, into main areas of employment. But again, it's not just about that. It's also if you look at what NPF4 says, which will be adopted in a few weeks. I'll just try to find what the reference.
I know about National Planning Framework 4. It's not adopted yet. I'm not trying to dodge the matter, because there's a lot of stuff in there that very much supports our case. But all I'm trying to say is, and I don't want to labour the point, but it just seems to me that by improving particularly the flyovers at Sheriffhall, you're just encouraging traffic to commute.
Cars will benefit from the junction, yes, but it won't be just cars will benefit from the junction. It's also important to look at the whole transport system, that the public transport users will benefit from the junction as well. Active travel users, there will be a safer crossing point across the junction, which will encourage uptake of active travel across the junction as well.
Yeah. Just something that I'm a bit puzzled by. No doubt Dr. Nash and Dr. Boswell will develop this with your own experts. But as a layman and reading the reports, right up front, and it's related to what we're talking about, the housing development and by what you're trying to do at Sheriffhall, right up front in the introduction, I think it's the second paragraph, you say that there will be a 40% increase in traffic in the next 20 years. Now, I'm not good at reading technical reports, but I could read that and it's quite clear that you're saying, look, you've been very strident and saying, look, there's going to be a 40% increase in 20 years in traffic. And then, from what I can glean from the later technical reports, well, there's not going to be a 40% increase. In fact, there's hardly going to be any increase at all. It's all reallocated traffic.
Mm-hmm. You're right that there will be a 40% increase in traffic across the junction, and the junction has not been designed to cater for traffic. That is not what the junction is trying to do at all. It is separating the bypass traffic from the local traffic across the region. Mm-hmm. Mr. Elliott will be able to provide more details on the traffic across the junction.
That's right, and I think that's the appropriate place to eke that out. Okay, so that's where that was more or less a sort of an early strident report about this 40%, and then you've sort of, I'm not saying you've backtracked or anything like that, but basically on analysis you feel that the junction really it's just designed so that traffic can basically existing traffic can get across it better. Is that reasonable, or?
Yes, it's improving the operation across the junction So by lifting the strategic traffic out of the roundabout, it is improving journey time reliability across the junction.
Okay. But not for a massive increase in traffic.
It has not been designed for an increase in for traffic growth, and it is constrained by the local roads. And again, Mr. Elliott will be able to provide more detail on that.
Mm-hmm. Because I know that, let's take the main carriageway itself. You talk about it improving time across, via the viaducts across the... But I read what you say very carefully, and that is constrained within three junctions. It's from the Miller Hill junction to the Gilmerton junction, and that's about 3.5 kilometres or something like that. So basically, okay, you're not designing for a big increase in traffic, but you're looking at what's crossing the junction at the moment, and you're going to get that across that junction quicker, and I'm talking at the moment about the viaducts, so that's going to go across the junction quicker. But haven't we got a problem, let's say at Straighton, or, I mean, STPR2 has a very good map that shows where the congestion splits are, and it's quite a number of junctions. So you fly across Sheriffhall, and within about a mile you're on a tailback from Straighton. That's the future, isn't it?
The scheme isn't trying to solve network-wide issues. It is focused on the junction at Sheriffhall, but what it does is because it's lifting the traffic that doesn't need to cross the junction away from the junction, and that accounts for about 50%. It means that the local traffic who don't need to use the bypass, they're seeing an improvement.
So it's going to improve things for the local traffic?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, well, we'll come on to the local roads in a minute. So then, and I noticed this phrase crops up again, and you have touched on it, and I didn't quite get the nuances in what you said, but you say there's going to be a just transition. It's not that phrase I'm interested in. And you says you're going to address climate change in a balanced way. And I notice this word balance comes up and up again. I can't find it in the actual report you refer to other than your own, but this word balance comes up, and I'm sure I'm being a bit harsh here. It's maybe not what you mean, but I would like you to explain it fully. You see, what we have, I can't even say it, we've got a looming climate and biodiversity catastrophe. It's right up there in our faces. And I just can't, I mean, the various local authorities, the Scottish Government has declared climate emergencies. And I just can't sort of see that in one hand with the idea of balance. What is it, balance? Someone going through the junction 5 minutes quicker every day? I just don't get it. So what do you mean by balanced?
So I'm just looking for my recognition for. I've said that.
If it helps, I think it was paragraph 4.3 of your recognition.
Yeah. Thank you. It means that yes, we recognize the climate emergency and that climate policies have strengthened over time, but there are other policies as well around infrastructure and transport, and that it's looking at it in the round, and that the scheme forms part of the overall plan for government that looks into the balance of policies.
Yeah, and in fairness, I think the Scottish Government and Transport Scotland have come a long way as far as looking in the round, as you say, not just at road transport. And you refer to the 320 million budget, but that's 10 million for each local authority. It's not much. I mean, we've been trying to get a core cycle corridor through East Lothian, and that one scheme is going to cost, I think it was last costed at 23 million, but that was a couple of years ago. But that's the scale of things when you're trying to do, and Mr. French will come on to this, when you're looking at about 400 metres across a junction, we're trying to look at things in the bigger picture, and we just don't see it happening. I mean, that one scheme, as I say, in East Lothian, from Dunbar to Musselburgh, the core corridor, it'll cost, say, £23 million. And, as I say, if we allocate the 320 million, we end up with £10 million. So there's a long way to go to be able to fund this type of infrastructure that would make a difference.
So I'm not sure what your question is.
I'm not sure either. I think I went off in a divergence. I feel very strongly about not getting that cycle path off the ground, and all I'm trying to say is that you referred to the 320 million, and it's a big sum, and yeah, moving in the right direction, but it's no way going to solve what we are trying to get at here, which will be developed by Mr. French, that we're really trying to talk about an alternative to the motor car. So then you move on to the scheme at 4.5. The scheme has continued to be a stated part of Scottish Government policies. But isn't this simply legacy? You've got committed schemes that just keep coming forward. I mean, I believe in the STPR2, it's not mentioned at all, but, and as you say, well, look, it's a committed, it doesn't have to reiterate about committed road schemes. This is still going ahead. It's part of the city deal and it's going ahead. But my point is, aren't these legacy schemes that have been brought forward since 2008, over various, I don't know what you would call them, policies.
I don't think that it would be just as a scheme. There are multiple points where it could have been reviewed. This is out in the overarching report, but specifically there was Scottish Government and Scottish Green Party shared policy programme that reviewed the whole road programme, and again on the point of whether it's there because it's already been the A96 code has been reviewed, so there was an opportunity to review it in the light of new policies. However, the scheme is still in place. It is part of the policy programme.
But you refer to the shared policy programme, I presume it's known as the Butte House Agreement. I mean, aren't you speculating what went on within the four walls of Butte House? I mean, Sheriffhall isn't mentioned anywhere in the agreement.
It's not for me to speculate as well, but if you look at...
What I'm trying to say is I think you are, because the Butte House Agreement, we don't know what was said about Sheriffhall.
Well, I can take you to the shared policy programme, and I'll take you specifically to the section that...
Please do, yeah.
If you bear with me. On page 11 of the shared policy programme, it states that we also agree...
Do you have a reference for that?
Sorry, the shared policy programme is CD 005.015. And on page 11 it states, we also agree, work on other truck roads projects and programs under construction, design, development or procurement will continue and be subject to the normal statutory assessment and business case processes. The scheme is part of the truck road program.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing here today.
And although it, yes, and it...
It's part of the... See, I think there's a nuance there. They're saying it's part of... It has to go through the statutory process. It's slightly different from saying we will deliver Sheriffhall. It's saying it will go through the statutory process, and that's exactly what we're doing today. But it's going through the statutory... It's being scrutinised as it should be.
Yes, as for all schemes.
That's right, yeah, good. So, the last time there was scrutiny on this level was in CES Plan 2016, and that went through the DPEA and they made the recommendations. Then it went to the Scottish Ministers. Now this was the strategic spatial plan for the area. It may have had a different name, but basically that's what it was. It was to do with the spatial relationship between land use and transportation and roads and other things too. Now, in the 16th of May 2019, the Scottish Ministers excoriated it. It was not informed by adequate and timely transport appraisal, did not take sufficient account of relationship between land use and transport, and it attempted to do major things through the use of supplementary guidance. And of course, under the 2019 Planning Act, that is no longer allowed to get schemes through in supplementary guidance. So, really, the only other time, and I know it wasn't specifically about Sheriffhall, but it was about the regional spatial plan, and basically when it did come under scrutiny, it fell apart. Wouldn't you agree?
It is supported in the CES plan was not CES plan 2016 was not taken forward. The scheme is identified as part of CES plan 2013 and subsequent plans following from that. Ms. McClellan is best placed to comment on that.
That's fair enough. Well, I think you're right. We can cross-examine Ms. McClelland on what adopted regional spatial plan we're following here, or strategy even. Okay. So you've touched on it, and there's a very good little table in, is it the impacts report? But you've touched, before that, you do, I may as well just, when I read NATS 2, I thought it was a radical report, and as I say, the sort of key policies, I suppose you would call them, is there will, doesn't say there might be, it is our aspiration to be, it says there will be a reduction of 20% car kilometres travelled by 2030, there will be a significant change from carrying freight by road, there will be 20-minute neighbourhoods, town centres first, and as you touched on the investment hierarchy, the motor car gets relegated right down to the bottom in favour of walking and wheeling and cycling and public transport and that sort of thing. And crucially, as well, for this scheme, no more predict and provide, you know. Oh, there's a traffic jam, let's build more capacity at a road junction to take the traffic jam. That's what I take to mean by predict and provide. And so NATS 2, I mean, there was other things as well, but basically that was the tone of NATS 2, and I thought, gosh, this is radical. This is going off in a different direction from the sort of ethos of the 2008 SDPR that Sheriffhall was founded on. So I don't see how you can reconcile Sheriffhall with these committed policies.
Will you be able to tell me which policies specifically?
Just what I was saying there, there will be a reduction of 20% car kilometres travelled by 2030. There will be significant change from carrying freight by road. There will be 20-minute neighbourhoods from town planning point of view, town centres first. There will be an investment hierarchy putting walking, cycling, wheeling and public transport above the private car, single occupancy. Basically what it's saying is, let's get people out of their cars.
Yes, and so to come back to that point, that the junction improvement is not just providing benefits for car users. It is for public transport and active travel users as well, and in that way it contributes to the policies that you have mentioned because it allows a shift in travel behaviour by improving public transport across the junction and by providing the step change in active travel provision that compared to what currently exists.
Yes, you keep coming back to that point. So, can you give me a rough estimate of the relative benefits to each mode of travel? Is it 33, 33, 33?
I can't see. I don't know.
You see, it seems to me that it's overwhelmingly, the improvement of Sheriffhall is overwhelmingly in favour of motorised transport. Sorry. It's in favour of, well, cars and buses and lorries, vehicles of that nature, rather than A, public transport, buses, and B, active travel. I mean, it's not a third. The benefits are not a third. The benefits is, I mean, I'm only speculating here, the benefits is 95% car and vehicular traffic, and about 5% left for the active travel in the buses.
Sorry, I can't see.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at is that really, although you're doing all these good things to get so that people can cycle across the junction and walk across the junction, that's only a very small part of what it's there for. It's really there, well, basically to get cars so that cars can commute quicker across Edinburgh.
It is there, the junction improvement is there to separate the strategic from local traffic and remove the severance across the junction for not just car users, but for all users.
Yeah.
And yes, it is a road improvement project, so yes, it will bring benefits to car users as well, but it's not just car users.
Could you give us what's your idea of a relative breakdown of the benefits between the active travel, the public transport, and the private vehicle transport?
I wouldn't be able to say. I don't.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. Right, I'm sorry to take so long, but I think this is important. So that's NATS 2, and there is a very good, I think it's the impacts document you do, and you sort of, you've got a nice colourful graphic piece there. But again, it tends to be just along the lines of your evidence that it aligns with NATS 2, but it's really to do with that, 400 metres or whatever, or 3.5 kilometres of road between Millerhill and Gilmerton, and the 400 metres across the junction. It doesn't seem to align with the wider policies of NATS 2 that we've been discussing.
So can
That's the... David, what's the table reference?
What the relationship between scheme objectives and...
That's... sorry, no. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I'll do it. Sorry, we're having difficulty finding the table.
Access to forest area.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I could just move over to this table. My little iPad has let me down. So that's a very good sort of condensed table of, did I give you the reference? It's right at the end of the report, I think, NTS2 priority outcomes, and it gives you a score.
It's in Appendix A.
Appendix A.
The water impacts report, TS 001.002.
Yes, TS 001.002. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. So it will provide fair access to services, and you see that as a minor benefit. But again, I think we're talking there about ease of access across the junction from the local roads. Is that right?
So can I just go back to the first part of your question, where you had said whether it is just for the alignment is just within the roundabout. I think it's important to know that the scheme is part of the overall national transport strategy, but it is one part of the strategy. There are other projects, other schemes in place as part of that strategy to meet the overall purpose of it. But then turning specifically to what the scheme does in terms of contributing to the strategy, the table that you have just brought up, yes, it explains that.
Well, you see, when we got into the major benefits, that's not the case. It's when you say it's easy to use for all, you see, that's are talking in a wider sense there when they say that the transport policy, it should be aimed at ease to use for all. But again, the table here condenses it to the junction and says, look how great it will be for cyclists and walkers to go over the junction. And then you've got a minor negative impact because you're trying to deliver net zero. I'm just going down the table. You're trying to deliver net zero, and you feel that will be a minor negative impact. Well, as I say, I think maybe the carbon experts can go through that one, if you don't mind. And it will be affordable for all. Again, I'm not sure how building a very expensive junction is going to be affordable for all. And then there's some neutral ones. It will enable greener and cleaner choices, and that's a moderate benefit. I presume you're saying this is because you will be able to link it in with cycle paths and stuff like that in the wider area? Or am I putting words in your mouth? Sorry.
Well, you have just pulled up. It provides commentary on why we have attributed that score for each outcome of NTS2.
Yeah, so it's to do with bus journey times through the junction, then it's greener.
I can read out that section. What it says is improved active travel provision will facilitate access to significant areas of green and access within the region, such as that triple and EIA has been taken and a range of measures have been incorporated into the design of the proposed scheme to prevent, reduce, or offset significant adverse environmental effects. The EIA has found that the proposed mitigation measures reduce the impact of the proposed scheme, leading to no significant residual adverse impacts on the natural environment or access to nature. It also then goes on to improvements to general traffic flow and journey times, resulting from improvements at start, will benefit bus journey times, reduce journey time period, making bus a more attractive transport at present. Do you want me to start again, or are you happy?
No, I'm just reading it.
Right.
I think you're reading the box, the third column box on page 38.
That's right, yeah.
Can I just cut to the chase here and ask just a question? I think even should accept that the active travel provision on the new junction is a step change. I think that's fair to say. And it's just looking at just to the roundabout and what it would provide with the, the underpasses and the separation, things like that. I think everyone accept that in its own right is a step change. I think the question that perhaps I'd like the answer to is the benefits that we derive from that. It's only as good as the connections to that for someone to use. So it might be there and it might be, on the face of it, a benefit. But if no one can use it because the connections to it aren't great or aren't there, the benefits must therefore be limited. And they're not optimised. Would you accept that as a proposition?
The scheme has been designed, though, to consider the wider network and the active travel infrastructure that has been provided as part of the scheme. It connects to the wider network. There has been a lot of stakeholder engagement done at the design stage through our DMRB stages 1, 2 and 3 to understand existing provision and aspirations of local authorities and other stakeholders. Mr. Hutchison will be able to explain in evidence more how this has been done to ensure that what is provided as part of the scheme does connect.
So should we be asking Mr. Hutchison questions about what connections there are to the active travel provision on day one, and therefore what benefit that is likely to bring? Is that for Mr. Hutchison to answer rather than you? Because I think that's the kind of crux of what you're getting to, that you might have the active travel provision which on the face of it may bring a benefit, but if the connections aren't great to it or they're all aspirational but not in place, the level of benefits that are realised on day one are potentially quite small. But is that for Mr. Hutchison to answer, to speak about the development of that travel provision and where it connects rather than you? And it's fine if it is, it's just to make sure.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I'm happy to talk to that. If that's
Yeah, that's. We could leave that, and likewise. Don't mind.
Yes.
That's fine. Good. So we can move on. So you've got that table there, which we obviously dispute about the benefits of the scheme, and no doubt that'll all be eked out during the course of this inquiry. There just is one thing I would like to. I mean, we've sort of neglected buses. And I'm a big fan of buses. I think going through the scheme, I think there's three bus routes go through the scheme too. '49 from Lothian and the 51 from Borders buses. And you say that there's on average, your scheme will save up to, you use the word up to, 7 minutes at the junction. Now, let's just let that 7 minutes hang there for a second or two. I mean, I know that bus route quite well. I would never take the 49 because it sets off from Fort Kinnaird, the fort, and it heads in the opposite direction. It heads towards Port. I don't see how it makes much difference whether the 49 is 7 minutes late or not, considering it takes an hour and a half to do the round trip. It's probably a hop-on, hop-off bus, and nobody in their right mind would get on it to do that trip unless there were sightseers. So the 48, it's more a direct bus, and can I say it is made more direct by the fact that it's between Niddrie and Craigmillar and the Royal Infirmary, there's been a very simple scheme to build a bus-only Venal through there, and it cuts time dramatically, and it just shows what can be done to save bus journey times by simple measures. So using that facility, the 48 then goes on to Sheriffhall, and I would dispute this. Well, you're saying up to 7 minutes. I'm sure that sometimes it would be held up for 7 minutes. But, I mean, take the 48. What's the average delay of the 48 bus across the junction?
I don't know the answer to that. In terms of delays to specific bus routes, Mr. Elliott will be able to explain how.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if he will. I don't think he will be able to explain on the actual bus route, but he will be able to explain.
Yes, but then of course, if you are looking at the wider picture, and I know within the scope of this inquiry, we've got to be careful here, but it's been on the cards for a long time that there would be a link road. It's called the Newton Farm Link Road, linking into the Miller Hill junction. Because Miller Hill has only it's only got the one exit, well, it's got two exits, but they're heading down the A720, the Dalkeith East bypass, or North bypass. 68, sorry, thank you, Mr. Hutchison. The 68. So, what has been planned for a long time, and it's not just a nebulous thing, it seems to be a firm plan, is that there will be a link road from that junction linking up towards Shawfair. And what I would say, if someone was standing back and looking at a map, that the quickest way would be for that 51 bus to either go through the new Shawfair service road, or take the new link road via Newton Farm to to the A68, I got it right that time, and then into East Dalkeith, because it doesn't really matter if it goes in via to East Dalkeith, exits the town that way, or exits the town west. It's still, it's 6.5 a dozen, and there's more development going on in the east side of Dalkeith than there is in the west side. So what I'm trying to say is that with a bit of imagination, the buses could be sorted without having to build a massive road scheme. I mean, the core map, sheet 2, is quite good. It doesn't actually show it does show in light blue the Newton Farm development, and part of that scheme is a park and ride there, and that's at the Miller Hill junction right on the far right-hand corner of the map. And you can see there that it doesn't have a road coming off the northwest junction, the northwest roundabout. So, as I say, there's all sorts of ways that bus times can be improved by fairly simple measures. I mean, obviously, we are saying, well, you've got to go beyond that and spend massively on mass rapid transit, such as the buses. But there are simple things that can be done within the existing planning framework, such as the Venelet between Craigmillar and the Royal, such as linking in a bus-only link onto the Newton Farm Link Road. But wider than that, let's say you're right and the buses do save a bit of time over Sheriffhall. Isn't it this same thing that we've been talking about earlier, that the buses go over the roundabout and then they're held up at the next junction? Because I think your figures show there's going to be a 6% increase in traffic in Old Dalkeith Road, the A7, the north, A7 North. And those junctions are already pretty well, I think you say at capacity or something like that. You use a very good phrase. Basically you're saying, well, when we build Sheriffhall, all these local roads are going to reach a capacity and they'll be constrained by their own capacity. But you do point specifically to the Old Dalkeith Road, which is going to have a 6% increase in traffic. So what I'm trying to say is that the bus gets over the roundabout a couple of minutes quicker, and it's held up at the first junction, say Ferny Hill or wherever, and it's sitting there for 5 minutes or more. And if it goes to the Gilmerton, I mean, I know these buses don't go via Gilmerton, but if you take a bus via the Gilmerton overbridge, you'll sit at Gilmerton for a long time in a bus. So it's gone back to this oasis of very good design work on, to facilitate local traffic over the junction and buses. But what good is that when you're stuck half a mile up the road? But would you like to comment on that?
Well, the scheme, it doesn't solve wider issues across the network, but it does bring improvement by providing the improvement across the junction. It improves journey times and journey time reliability across the junction. As far as the wider network goes, then there are more appropriate bodies who will be considering what measures need to be taken.
Yeah. I know time's moving on and we've still got your cost, benefits and business case to do. So I think Ms McClellan covers this aspect anyhow, about how it links into the local plans and that type of thing, how Sheriffhall links in with those. So it might be a good point that we can move on to your business case. And I think from what your précis earlier about the format of the hearing, that that might be the more appropriate place. And as you say, no doubt Mr Elliott and will be giving evidence on the times over the junction. So, right, so if we could move on to your section 5 on cost estimates and business case compliance. It's been 5 years since you did the last cost estimate on this scheme. It was £120 million. Don't you think this inquiry should be provided with a cost update?
There is an established process for updating costs adopted by Transport Scotland, and the next decision-making point at which it will be updated is before the decision to go to procurement. I think it's important to note that there are various decision-making points for a project. There is the inquiry, which will consider whether the orders should be made. But assuming that the orders are made, then there is a decision-making point before we go to procurement on any project.
Yes, I realise that. But you see, in the last 5 years, we've had a pandemic, war in Europe, severe supply chain shortages, labour shortages, raging inflation in the building industry. I mean, the IIP in June of 2022, Annex B, I've even got the reference, I want it. It's saying that inflation in the building industry at the moment is 24.5% per annum and, quote, likely to continue. Surely, in the light of what's happened in the last 5 years, that the inquiry is due a cost update?
You have explained the various changes that have happened from the point the cost estimate was carried out until now. There could be further changes before we reach the decision-making point where cost becomes relevant, and it's for this reason that the cost has to be updated at that point where it influences the decision-making. Yeah,
well, you could cost update it again at that stage, but I would think, in view of what's happening, as I've described, surely a cost date for this, a cost estimate for this inquiry would be very helpful.
I'm not sure I agree, because the decision-making point where cost becomes will become very relevant is before the decision to go to procurement, as outlined in the overarching report.
I mean, have you any idea yourself what the increase in cost that will be?
It's not for me to predict what can happen between now and the point where it will be updated. There could be increases, but there could equally be decreases in the cost.
Mm-hmm. You see, I did arithmetic was never my strong point, but I know about compound interest, and what I did was I thought I'll take a conservative 3 years on that 120 million and compound it over 3 years at 24.5%. And that gives us a figure of £230 million. Have I gone off in the wrong tangent?
that figure could again change before it becomes needed for a decision.
Okay, I can see I'm not going to get very far here. But you see, with all this going on, there's also, it's not just about inflation, we're talking about optimism bias and risk as well over this period. Shouldn't those go up as well? I mean, I know you did a workshop on it all and you were very open about providing me with that. And I don't think I could argue with the way you went about it. But the only trouble is, we're now 5 years on. We know that we're claiming that you've used a very low optimism balance for a scheme with so many inherent problems. And I know you're very clever people, engineers, and I'm sure you can solve them. But it can add to delays. In fact, in Aberdeen, and again you're supposed to refer to empirical evidence, in Aberdeen's a recent scheme, the Aberdeen Western Peripheral Road, and that ended up with quite a large cost increase, even as contracts were awarded. I think they were up 25%. And then there was a protracted legal battle that cost a lot of money and was settled out of court. So all I'm trying to say is that costs are going up quite dramatically, and we've got to relate that back to the cost-benefit ratio. And I'll come on to that in a minute, but as I said, there are inherent problems with this scheme. I mean, it's on old mine workings, it's on a geological fault, it's on waste that we don't yet know. I know you've done samples on some of the hazardous waste, but we don't know what that might throw up. We don't even know if there's going to be a dump for it all at the moment. But again, maybe that's a question for Ms McClelland. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sure engineers can solve these problems, but there's going to be cost increases, there's going to be delays. I referred to the delay at the Queen Margaret University junction, simply by finding some giant hogweed seeds, and because of supply chain problems, it's delayed that relatively straightforward scheme. This is in the A1 going into the Innovation Park. It's delayed that by 3 months, that one scheme, from what seems to be very simple factors. So what I'm trying to say is, that 120 million, it could be considerably more than that when you finally do your cost estimate, should the scheme be approved and you're going to contract. That's all I'm trying to say. Am I taking a reasonable view in this?
It could be that it will be more, but it could be less as well. But it's also important to note that cost is just one aspect of the overall scheme assessment. It's not the only decision-making criteria. There's a whole range of benefits associated with the scheme that are important, that go beyond a traditional cost-benefit analysis.
And that's really heartening to know, because I think that's what we've been saying for a long time, and we're very glad to see that cost-benefit ratio isn't everything. Because I did read the outline business plan, which I don't think's in you mentioned in your precognition, but you do refer to the outline business plan. So when it was done at first, not that long ago, I think you used the word, not you personally, but the word in the report was that there was an undoubtedly strong cost-benefit ratio. and it was 9.6. So that must have got a bandwagon going. I'm not talking about professional people, but I'm talking among others for the road. That's correct. The 9.6 was in the outline business plan.
Would you be able to point me to which document number is that, just so I can...
Oh gosh. It's called the outline business case.
If it is in the outline business case, then yes, that would have been the benefit cost ratio at the time the draft outline business case was produced. But this draft, it is very much a draft, because the outline business case is finalized before the decision to go to procurement. So it will be updated at that time. The current benefit cost ratio is in the overarching report. And if you give me 1 second, I can look for it.
Just asking you to confirm the figure.
Yes.
I'm sorry I hadn't the reference, but I've been thrown into this at the last minute, so I must apologise.
No, that's okay.
Mr. Walker, just thinking of time, how much longer do you think?
Well,
do you think you might be?
I'll tell you what.
I just found it.
I'm not trying to hurry you.
No, you're not hurrying me at all. I'm just looking because we have covered a lot of stuff here. I would like just to finish this bit about the cost-benefit analysis, and I'm quite, Ms. Beam-Singh's perfectly correct that there are also social and environmental issues. It's not all about cost. I agree with that. So I can, obviously, regarding environmental, Ms. McClellan, we can sort that out in cross-examination with Ms McClelland.
Are we almost at the end of
I'm
this
just interested
section?
in a few questions on the social side, because I don't
Before
think...
we go into that, though, is that the next bit you're going to come on to, once we finish the benefit cost ratio?
Basically, it was just, I wanted to just probe a wee bit deeper on this cost-benefit ratio, particularly if there's no traffic growth across the roundabout. And then I just wanted to go into the so-called social benefits of the scheme.
Okay, on that
And
basis,
then Dr. Boswell wants to, the more technical side about Section 94. So I don't know how that...
okay, can we finish? I'll let you respond on the benefit cost ratio. I think then it's probably a good time to stop before you go into the social benefits.
Correct.
I'll let you go into that. It might be that Ms Beam Singh can't answer much of Dr Boswell's questions. I don't know, she might not be the appropriate witness to do that, but we can come to that.
See.
But I'll let you finish off on just this bit.
Yeah,
and then we'll go on to the social
I've
benefits.
got one or two more questions on the cost and
then we'll go
cost
on to the social
benefit.
benefits after lunch.
Please, yeah, that would be good. Yeah,
Well, let Ms Beam Singh answer the question about the benefit cost ratio.
I mean, where I'm coming
First of all,
from...
can she answer the question? Because you did ask her what the current benefit cost ratio was, and I think she has now found it, so we'll answer that, and then you can go and ask your last couple of points.
Yeah.
If you open the traffic models and assessment report, that's TS 001.004, section 13.1.29. It states that the benefit cost ratio over the 60-year assessment period was 5.937.
Yeah, that's the latest one.
That's the most correct one.
But I mean, you can check this up. It was 9.6 in the original business case, and the point I'm trying to make is it's come down nearly 40% between reviewing the original outline business case. So at present, your official figure is 5.9. Now, this business case hasn't been approved yet by the City Deal Committee, the Joint Committee. So what I'm trying to get at is this could change further, and I'll tell you why I'm saying that, is that at first there seemed to be a very robust thing on traffic increases, the 40%. There's going to be 40% over the next 20 years. And that seems to be coming down and coming down and coming down till basically, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but there's really not going to be much traffic growth at all. Now, under the rules that you're guided by, you have to give a figure for that as well, a no growth scenario. And the figure for that is 1.25. So the business ratio in the original outline business case was 9.6. It's come down now to a 5.9. And what I'm trying to say is maybe once the experts have cross-examined and whatnot on the traffic flows and whatnot, it could be down at 1.25, and that's before you factor in things like a 20% reduction. And in fact, as we all know, Edinburgh is saying, well, for a city region, it should be 30% reduction. That's a target, not a commitment. But so what I'm trying to say is that, well, we're down. If we come down to 1.25% on a no growth scenario, it's not going to even make a profit on over 60 years on a minus 30% car use scenario. So, and cost has been a part of that.
Cost, yes, it's a part of the overall decision-making process, but there's also the benefits part of it, and in terms of the cost-benefit ratio, Mr. Elliott can provide more detail about how you also consider the benefit and the cost, but in terms of the overall scheme, it's not just the cost or the benefit cost ratio that is considered at the decision-making point. It could be that the BCR reduces over time or it changes over time, but it is looking at the overall picture about how the scheme meets its objectives, how it provides benefits and costs feeds into the decision-making process.
Overall,
Sorry, can I ask a question? But a benefit cost ratio kind of balances or assesses the cost on one hand,
Yes.
and the monetised benefits on the other hand. So it's not, I suppose what you're saying is you get the benefit cost ratio, which is the monetised ratio, but you're saying you also take account of softer things around that, compliance with policy, things like that, and then come to an overall decision.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that, just a point in principle, if the costs increase with no equivalent increase in benefits, the BCR will come down?
Yes.
This is a point of principle.
Yes.
And equally, if the cost stayed the same and the benefits increased, the BCR would increase.
Yes.
And if the benefits go down and the costs go up,
Yes.
BCR comes down?
Yes.
Okay. So it's kind of like there's a slight balancing thing there. You weigh it up together. But in principle, we're saying we don't have enough. We've got the cost we've got are the cost we've got. But if they went up and the benefits remained the same, the BCR comes down.
Yes.
Okay.
and we wholly agree with you, it shouldn't just be about cost, and there's no, I think we've got common ground on that one. But just dwelling on cost for a second, will the decision by the Scottish ministers be informed by an updated cost estimate, or does that happen before the procurement decision?
Do you mean the outcome of the PLI?
Yes, let's say we take you've got a set procedure here, and you're claiming that you shouldn't have to provide a cost update. So we don't really know where the cost-benefit ratio is at the moment, other than we're trying to say that we're trying to use that figure of 1.25% if there was no increase in traffic. And subject to what the traffic modelling experts or Dr. Nash says, we'll sort of arrive, I presume there'll be a basis to arrive at some judgment on it, but that's not for me or you, that's for the reporter to decide. But what I'm trying to get at is the Scottish ministers have got to come to decide, well, obviously based on the reporter's report, and the Scottish ministers will come to a decision. Will they have the cost update at that stage?
Before the decision.
Before the decision.
PLI, the cost estimate, the current cost estimate that is published, is the one that will be provided as part of the overall suite of documents of evidence that goes in that is provided to the reporter and to Scottish ministers. The updated costs will be provided assuming there is approval to make the orders and the statutory process is completed successfully. Before the decision to go to procurement, that's when the costs will be updated.
Fine, so it's before you go to procurement that the cost is updated.
At the risk of giving evidence, and I don't intend to give evidence being the reporter, Scottish ministers would only have in front of them what I have in front of them, unless they take a decision to ask for something in addition. Mm-hmm. If that helps. Not intend to give evidence, but I thought that might short circuit.
It does help, thank you.
Sorry, can I just really clarify that? So the Scottish ministers have to make a decision about whether or not to proceed with this major infrastructure scheme without knowing what the costs are.
Well, they know what they know from the evidence that's before them. So we
And
have got a cost at this point in time. I know you have concerns about that cost. I've got questions about it too. But so that is the cost they have in front of them. I would obviously say something about that in my report with recommendations. And it'd be a matter for the Minister to determine whether they felt at that point they wanted something else, but they can. It's up to them how they proceed. I can't second guess what ministers would do.
Thank you. That's helpful. Just before basically here's my last question. I'm not saying I missed it. I think its opportunity comes up now, but it's just going back, if I could, to the 20% reduction in car kilometres travelled by 2030, and what you're saying about overall, what you're doing overall. It's not just all about Sheriffhall, it's overall. The Climate Change Committee has just published a report in December 2022, and it's not good, is it? It's telling us that emissions from vehicles, the carbon emissions, are increasing. So that sort of, that's not a good thing to hear.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not putting it very well.
Do you want the post?
I'm not sure if I'm stepping into Dr. Boswell's field here, but all I know is that, in fact, I've read it, the Climate Change Committee, that's Lord Deben and I can't remember who the Scottish counterpart is, but it was specifically the Scottish report, and it was published in 12/22, and I'm afraid carbon emissions from road transport are still increasing, and we've got 7 years to the 2030 75% reduction. All I'm saying to you is that doesn't seem very good. Your overall, what you're saying is your overall policies, they don't seem to be working as far as reducing carbon emissions.
I don't think I can comment on what government is doing overall to address that report.
Okay. So the government is addressing that report. The Scottish government, I mean. Maybe that's an unfair question because you're not here to speak for the Scottish government, but I would have thought Transport Scotland are very much to the fore in this, and surely the Climate Change Committee report must have come as a blow.
Well, there are various parts of government, and my role in Transport Scotland is to coordinate input in relation to the scheme. I do not feed into actions that Scottish government are taking overall.
Fair point. It's a wider question than what you're here to do to testify on. I'm finished for now, other than, obviously I want to ask you about these social benefits, and Dr. Boswell will be asking you about Section 94A and what surrounds that, hopefully.
Just before we finish for the lunchtime break, can I ask you to, for my benefit, to find that reference to a BCR of 1.25? Just in the lunchtime, if you can. It would be really helpful for me to have that reference.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so we will convene back here, I think, 2 o'clock, if that's okay with everyone. Because you're in the middle of your cross-examination, you can't liaise with your team, but I'm sure they might give you a sandwich. You're allowed to pass a sandwich to her. But no discussion about the evidence, so we'll start again at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Does it mean I have to stay here, generally?
That the Scottish Government's climate action is a core priority in NATS 2. They use the word core priority. And that's in CD.003.016. Core priority of NATS 2.
Sorry, could you tell me the reference again?
Yes,
That's okay.
CD 003.016. Excuse me, while Ms Bean Singh's doing that, I've got the reference for the BCR. It's in CD 001.008. And that's the DMRB document, stage 3, and it's at 5.8.17, and those are the tuba tests, and it's table 5.13. It's actually 1.252.
I have opened the climate change plan. Would you be able to repeat your question to me, please?
Yes. It's, do you agree that Scottish Government taking climate action is a core priority in NATS 2, and it's the word core priority? Is there a paragraph?
I'll give you a quote.
Is the paragraph there?
First of all, which document should we be looking at? The reference you gave us was to the update to the climate change plan, which is what I've got, or is it the NATS that you want us to look at?
Shall I clarify that? It's the climate change plan. The updated climate change plan summarises the national transport strategy, saying, and this is a quote, the strategy embeds taking climate action as a core priority.
And do you have a paragraph or page reference?
Sorry, I don't have that here. I can get it quickly.
3.2.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Yes.
could you repeat your question again, Mr. Walker?
Do you agree that Scottish Government taking climate action is a core priority in NATS 2?
Yes, it is stated in the National Transport Strategy as well.
Okay. I'm just referring to the word core priority. You agree with that?
Yes, it's in the document.
That's fine. Good. Excellent. Right. If we move on to the social issues, I mean, you brought up the Procurement Act, quite rightly so, but I mean, that would apply to any public works contracts, the Procurement Act. It's not just to road schemes. I mean, if you're building bus lanes, it would be the same criteria for social benefits coming out of the contract.
The Act would apply to any procurement, as you've explained, but it's the level of community benefits that differs depending on the project.
Yeah, that's fine. Good. Right. So, if we turn to it's the these very excellent maps that have been provided, and it's the core location sheet 1, and in green you'll see map there. Sorry, it's green. Actually, it's not all green. Some of them are in blue. In fact, most of them in blue. But basically, it shows the locations of what are called the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation Areas. And, I mean, there's various documents, but the route map to reduce by 20%, it points to the fact that in these SIMD areas, multiple deprivation areas, only 40% of people have access to a car. So how is there a clear need? How is the clear need for the scheme benefiting these people? And you can see the locations on there's a cluster in sort of from Niddrie through to Craigmillar up to Bingham, down to Fernie Hill, and that's the main cluster. There's one in Musselburgh, there's one in Prestonpans as well, and there's one at Inch, and one down at Kames near the Straighton Junction. So, I'm just there showing the locations of them from the core map, but I want to know how the clear need for the scheme benefits these people.
Has it been designed for only car users in mind? It has also been designed to take account of all users, and by providing the opportunity for active travel and the benefits for public transport, it does look at those who do not have access to a car. But generally, more generally, population characteristics, that is considered as part of environmental impact assessment.
So, but one of the aims of the scheme, one of the main aims, not only of the scheme, but of Scottish Government policy, probably after climate change, is inclusive growth, well-being, inequalities, not just economic, but I'm dwelling here on the economic inequalities, and they are mainly focused in these areas, these SIMDs, and if you don't have a car, I can't see what the benefit of Sheriffhall is.
Is your question around the benefit of Sheriffhall for those who do not have access to a car?
In these particular areas which are shown on the map. And you'll see they're a fair old distance from Sheriffhall, possible exception of Fernie Hill.
Ma'am, I do appreciate the position that SHU are in, and I've been very careful not to interject throughout the morning, but we are hearing a lot of evidence from Mr Walker without a question, and I think it might be confusing the witness to some extent as to what's being asked of her. So I wonder if I could repeat your request, ma'am, that there's a clear question at each stage, so as Ms Beamsingh knows what she's responding to. We just heard Ms Beamsingh there suggest a question to you, for example.
Yeah.
As I say, I do understand the
No, you're perfectly correct. There was meant to be a question mark at the end of it, but obviously you don't see that. But I did say how is this clear need, how does it benefit people in these SIMD areas who do not have a car?
I don't think I can answer how it benefits specific locations. However, the scheme has been designed to consider the needs of all users in the round, and that is very clearly set out in the overarching report in Chapter 5, and how the scheme has considered equality in the design, has considered the need of a range of users, and in terms of those without access to a car, this is specifically in terms of the public transport benefits that the scheme brings through improved journey times and journey time reliability, and also through the provision of active travel, which connects to the wider network.
Mm-hmm. What do you understand by inclusive economic growth?
It's economic growth that is fair for all, that considers, well, society as a whole.
Mm-hmm. And we have in these areas of social multiple deprivation people who can hardly run their cars, let alone buy a car. Don't you think that there is a disconnect here between people where the focus should be on lifting out of their economic position, economic deprivation, and spending all this money in a roundabout to assist access, commuting access by car?
I don't think that the scheme does just that. The scheme doesn't just improve access for those that have a car. It caters for other users as well of transport, public transport and active travel.
Okay, I've been warned not to say too much, so I'll leave it there. Can I hand over to Dr. Boswell to ask you a few questions on?
Good afternoon, Ms. Beam Singh. It might be helpful just to say at the outset that all my questions relate to either my precognition or your comments on your precognition comments on my documents. And also it may be helpful just to say which documents I'll refer to in the questioning at outset. You can sort of open them if you want to. Some you've probably already got open already, I think. So first would be your own precognition. Then my precognition. The 2019 Climate Change Act, which is CD 002-017. The further information report, which is TS 001022, The Committee on Climate Change progress on reducing emissions in Scotland 2022. I think that one's already been discussed quite recently. That's CD 005-013. Sorry.
Is it a CD or shoe document, the last one?
It's CD 005-013.
What do you make that document? Because I got confused about that earlier as well, actually. That's the progress report.
Progress in reducing emissions in Scotland.
The wrong number, sorry.
Is it progress in reducing emissions in Scotland?
2022, is that
Yeah.
a shoe?
No, it's a CD 005-013 document.
That is correct, is it? Right.
Yeah, that's what I get.
Good.
Yeah.
Right. I did get confused about that, actually. But, right. The next one would be the meeting notes from March 2022 of the Edinburgh and South East Scotland City Region Deal Joint Committee. That one's SHU 6050. The infrastructure investment plan, that's the main plan document, that's the CD 003-013. And then there's the June 2022 progress report on the IP. That's SHU 6015. The overarching issues report, TS 001.023, which you've got. The programme for government 2021-2022, CD 003-018. And is finally the 2009 Climate Change Act as amended, which is CD 002-016. Okay, so that's all the documents, hopefully. So I'd like to start with the 2019 Climate Change Act, if I may, and just sort of open it up at page 1, if you could. And we see the introduction saying that the Act has the objective of Scotland contributing appropriately to the world's efforts to deliver the Paris Agreement. That's at the top. And then there's section 1, about halfway down that page, introduces the net zero target. I won't read it all out if that's okay. It basically says the target year is 2045, and you'd agree that that is the binding legislative requirement on the Scottish Government?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And if we go to page 2 and section 3.1, we see the interim targets. Again, I won't read it all out, but you've got 2030 is 75% lower than the baseline. The baseline is at 1990, and 2040 is 90% lower. And you agree also that those are legally binding interim targets on the Scottish Government?
Yes.
Okay. And without sort of going into the detail and finding the right document for this, you agree that there's annual interim targets too between those decadal points, which are also legislated for up to 2032 so far.
Yes.
There's annual interim targets which have been legislated all the way up to 2032 within those decadal interim targets in the 2019 Act. Would you agree that there are annual targets, is what I'm asking? There's annual interim targets between those decadal ones, but we don't know what they are exactly after 2032, but we do know up to 2032. That's the question. Do you agree?
I can't find it in the is that in the legislation? Could you point me to where it is in the legislation?
Yeah, I mean, I can do that. It will be the latest statutory instrument which set targets. Let me go off and look in the documents for that again, but I'm just wondering, to sort of save time, whether I just give you the reference to that document later. But I was just really trying to establish that there's annual interim targets between the decadal ones, and they're legislated as well, basically, and legally binding. So it's not really.
Do you have a document reference for that?
Well, let's open up the. I think you'll find them in SHU 6004. Let me just check that.
Yes, I agree.
You found that one?
I found it, and the witnesses agreed with your question.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. So, referring to those annual targets and so on, please can we now go to the Climate Change Committee Progress on Reducing Emissions in 2022, so that's the CD 005-013 document. And if we go to page 18 in the PDF, I'll always refer to PDF page numbers, by the way, because it's easier for everybody. We see the quote that there's now a significant risk of Scotland failing to meet its annual targets in the 2020s and the interim 2030 target. So that's the targets up to 2030 and 2030 target itself. And then below that, 3 reasons are given, which rebound from the pandemic, carbon accounting and peat, very complicated, not going to go into. The third one is the very rapid reductions in emissions needed to meet the 2030 interim target. And then below the 3 bullet points, Scotland has failed to achieve 7 out of 11 of its targets to date. And the trend of failure will continue without urgent and strong action to deliver emission reduction starting now. The question is, have you seen this progress statement from CCC, and are you aware of that statement?
It is not my role within Transport Scotland to consider the overall targets set by Scottish Government and this report.
Is it fair to say that your role in Transport Scotland is a project manager for this project?
Yes.
And so the wider, I suppose, policy compliance implications are not for you, they're for either another team or someone in the senior management level?
Yes. It is my role to consider a compliance of the scheme with the Scottish Government policy, but not the wider policies.
Yeah, I understand the point you're making, and that sort of leads into the next questions, really. So, in your precognition, and it's the one we're looking at earlier, but it's also 4.2 and 4.3 in your precognition. I'll sort of abbreviate this a bit, but at one point talk about policy context in the round. That's at paragraph 4.2. And at paragraph 4.3, you talk about the need to address climate action in a balanced way. Already been talked about. But when under your remit in you're writing the overarching impact report and so on, and considering the policy context in the round and in a balanced way, how much weight have you given the 2019 Climate Act? That is including, of course, each annual interim target and the net zero 2045 target.
The Act must be complied with, and the scheme complies with legislation.
So would I take it to mean that as the scheme has to comply with the legislation, you would give that essentially 100% weight? Because if you don't achieve that compliance with the legislation, then you can't even get into policy arguments because you haven't sort of achieved the first step.
Yes, the scheme has to comply with legislation.
Okay, so the weight is it must comply with the legislation, and that weight is not something you can balance, is it? It's something more than balance. It's a sort of, yes, this has absolutely got to happen.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Do you not think that the 2019 legislation imposes a very strong logistical challenge to the whole of the Scottish people and the economy? And that is clear from the CCC report, that it's not been properly risk assessed and the risk of failure is high. That's essentially what the CCC report is saying. There's a high risk of failure. And therefore, considering policy in the round in the balanced way, as you've just acknowledged really, is not a luxury we can currently afford.
I think the witness has answered the question several times now regarding the necessity of complying with legislation. If it saves time, I don't think that's in dispute.
Okay. I think what is in dispute is that and this is the point I'm making, is that policy can be considered in the round and in a balanced way in the current situation, post 2019 legislation. That's the question I'm asking. Do you consider that it's appropriate to even talk about considering policy in a balanced way or in the round where there's this absolutely primary condition which has to be met, which is meeting the legislation? Surely we just have not got the luxury of even using that terminology or looking at policy in that way.
We have to comply with legislation, and when we are balancing policy, it's not in a way that doesn't comply with legislation. It's looking at the policy in the round, but at the same time ensuring that we are complying with legislation.
Okay. I think we disagree then. We'll put that on record as a point of disagreement, that essentially it's trying to have your cake and eat it, given the risk analysis which is coming out from the Climate Change Committee. You have not got that option to talk about balancing policy and so on. You have
Dr.
to
Boswell,
primarise the
you'll have an opportunity to give your point of view on it.
Sorry?
You will have an opportunity to give your
I will indeed,
point of view.
I'll say
this
that
is
on
Ms. Beam-Singh's
Wednesday
evidence, and I think
yeah.
I understand your differing views on it.
Yep.
And my understanding is Ms. Beam-Singh is saying that they comply with legislation and they look at policy in the round. Now, you may have a different view as to how appropriate that is.
Yeah.
And you'll have your chance to say something about it later.
So I just wanted to lodge at this point that was a point of disagreement,
which I've got.
Good question.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to see then if I can skip some questions. Would you agree that failure on early interim targets, say the targets for this decade, which CCC have strongly highlighted, are at risk, will make it that much harder to deliver on later targets, because much deeper cuts will need to be made in subsequent years to compensate for earlier years?
Ma'am, I think this witness has already explained her role as project manager for the Sheriffhall scheme and not in terms of wider Scottish Government policy and compliance with the 2009 Act as amended.
I think we know what Ms. Beam-Singh's role is, but I think that's a question you could answer. You could have a view in that question. I don't think it takes someone, an expert, to give a view on that proposition. That if you fail to comply with the earlier targets, does it make it harder to comply with the later targets?
My view on it is that even if there are targets that are being missed, then there could be a plan put forward to ensure that future targets are met.
Do we not already have the plan for that in the climate change plan update? So we are saying, are we, that we allow for the risk of not meeting targets because we think there can be some future plan which might do better than the current climate change plan update? That would seem to be compounding risks to me. Would you agree?
Now, I'll stop. I think that's getting into the territory of a higher Scottish Government view or policy on whether they have a different plan or whatever. I don't think that's that Ms. Beam-Singh's
I thought I understood
evidence.
Ms. Beam-Singh to say that, but
I think she was giving a view that you asked the question, does it make it harder to comply with later targets? And I think her view is, well, actually, you could have a plan which allows you to comply with later targets. She's not saying absolutely you couldn't, but there could be a plan that allows you to. But I don't think she's saying that there should be a different plan, or there is a different plan, or that's the view of government. I think she's saying that's her personal view of being asked that question. And I'm not sure you're going to get much further with this line of question with this witness, to be honest.
Sorry, ma'am, and Dr. Boswell, but if I may add as well, and this isn't a further comment on the question, and I do think this will be difficult during this chapter of evidence across various witnesses, but we're also getting into the realm of legal submission and the framework, the statutory context within which the Scottish Government must operate, including its response to CCC reports. There's a lot there which I don't think with Ms Beam Singh it's appropriate to explore, but the promoter is intending to set out its position. And I think it might be helpful to note that, Dr Boswell, that some of this is for legal submission.
Yes, I understand that, and I understand the legal submission we haven't seen yet. So therefore, me as an expert witness for the objectors, I'm not in a position at this current moment, because I haven't seen your legal submission, to make comment on that, although I am an expert in policy and the legal side of climate change, as well as the technical scientific side. So I feel that to not be able to address the legal issues and the wider realm, somewhat eschew are being prejudiced. And I think I'd like to put that on record.
You will get a chance to make your legal submission as part of your closing submission.
Well,
and I accept the fact that as part of your evidence giving and cross-examination, you may want to explore some facts around setting up your legal submission, which is acceptable. I think, Mr Millen, you want to do that as well. Ask some questions to establish the basis for your position for your legal submission. But I think it's crossing lines to whether you're asking questions of the witness that stray into that legal submission or are issues that she just can't answer.
Yeah, no.
So it's maybe just keep it in mind, and I'll let you carry on, and we'll see where you cross the line or not.
I understand the remit of the questioning, but I do want to come back on that point, that we're saying that the closing statements will have the legal material in it. So I've not been able to give any evidence on what the promoter has said about the legal issues yet, because I haven't seen it. But then apparently Shu will be able to put something in their closing statement. That seems, process terms, that seems inadequate to me, because it seems that we haven't seen the legal submissions at a point where we can actually make comments on them and question on them.
Okay, it was agreed at the pre-inquiry meeting that we would do legal submissions after the evidence, because it was felt that the evidence informs the position you take on your legal submission to the points that I want legal submissions on, which is climate change and equalities duty. And I accept the fact that the evidence does then set up your case in your legal submission. What we had said was that it would be part of your closing submission. Now, I accept the point that it is perhaps, and I need to go and think about this, fair for parties to comment on each other's legal submission on those points. And maybe we decouple it from the closing submission, but do it alongside or at the same time for the legal submission to allow parties to comment on the other. Now, I'll put that out there as a thought, and we can come back to it when we discuss closing submissions. But the inquiry session itself is not the point to explore the legal submission that you're going to make. You can ask the factual questions to set it up, but the witnesses you've got are not legally qualified and may not be in a position to make a legal submission or interpret the law or things like that. So it's what you need to set up your own submission on the legality of the scheme, and Transport Scotland will do the same. And then the actual legal submission, bringing that all together and giving me your view and conclusion that I should reach on those legal matters, should be set out in a separate document in writing. Now, I will just ponder as to whether there should be exchange to allow parties to comment on the other's legal submission at the end of this process, and we can come back and discuss that.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful clarification. I'm just trying to work out, go from that. So I think this is within the remit as for Ms Beam Singh. What risk analysis has Transport Scotland undertaken to assess the impacts of the roads programme, which includes Sheriffhall, on the legislated targets. Yes, yeah. Yeah. Is what risk analysis has Transport Scotland undertaken to assess the impacts of your roads programme, which includes Sheriffhall, to the legislated targets? The ones we were talking about, of course. Yeah.
The greenhouse gas impact of Sheriffhall has been undertaken as part of the EIA, and that is published in the ES.
Yeah, thank you for the response. As I say, on the EIA, I'm going to ask further questions about that, and slightly out of sequence on that. And I picked up this morning that the EIA assessment is taken as fulfilling sort of things like the question I've just answered, pointed to the screen. I don't think it is, but I'll get on to questioning about that. So I want to park that, so I sort of keep the sequence, if I may. So that...
It's possible if I can rephrase your question. As you were saying, do you know if Transport Scotland has done a risk analysis of how the roads programme as an entirety meets the climate change targets? And you may not know, and that's absolutely fine. But have they done any assessment to look how the programme, all the road programme, meets or helps contribute to meeting the climate change targets?
Not that I know of, except what is in the infrastructure investment plan as the carbon assessment of that plan. As part of the infrastructure investment plan, it is envisaged that there is further work to be done in terms of carbon assessment of the overall plan, and there was a consultation exercise done on the methodology, I believe, which is to improve the reporting processes further down the line.
Thank you. Thanks for rephrasing my question. Again, if I can park that, because I'll come on to it in a moment, but just a comment that I note that in the response, the IIP, the Infrastructure Investment Plan, is being used as a proxy for Transport Scotland's road programme. And I accept that Transport Scotland's road programme is a subset of the infrastructure plan, but it's not the entire infrastructure plan. And I just want to make that point because it makes some of the subsequent questioning clearer.
Ma'am, it's point again that Dr. Boswell is making submissions to you directly as opposed to asking questions of Ms. Beam Singh.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify, but I'll move on. So, on the precognition, section 4.5, and this was you talked about this morning a bit, there's been multiple review points at which the scheme could have been suspended or stopped, and you list them as 451, 452 and 453. So was the scheme at any time reviewed against 2019 climate legislation as part of the city deal process?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, what was the scheme at any time reviewed against 2019 climate legislation as part of the city deal process? I believe you answered this morning, by the way, already, but this happened. I needed it for sequence, but if that's any help.
If it was reviewed against the 2019 targets as part of City Deal.
Yeah, well, the question is, was it at any time reviewed against the 2019 climate legislation as part of the City Deal process?
Not as part of the City Deal process, because there was already a climate change impact assessment done as part of the ES.
Okay.
Which.
Right. Thank you. That's this morning you said that the EIA fulfilled the city, reviewing it under the City Deal, and that was the point.
Yes.
So the question I've got is, would you agree that the EIA environmental statement is a document produced for the planning regime under the Road Scotland Act 1984 and various EIA regulations, and it's not a document that is produced for reviewing under the City Deals? And I think you more or less answered that actually in what you just said, that there was an EIA assessment, but there wasn't a review under the City Deal itself.
No, there wasn't a review under the City Deal, but that's because the assessment was already there.
So because the EIA assessment existed,
yes,
it was thought not necessarily to review under the City Deal?
Essentially, yes, because that impact assessment already exists. Therefore, it was my understanding of the City Deal guidance is that it applies. It has been. It's mainly for projects that do not require an EIA, but because there was a published EIA for the project when the City Deal guidance was produced, there was not a requirement to undertake that assessment because it already existed.
Okay. I'd like to request that, so we have clarity on this, because I'm not at all clear what's actually happened, whether you could disclose to the inquiry letters or whatever which indicate that point you're talking about happened. In other words, that there was a discussion about reviewing against the 2019 legislation under the City Deal, and that as a result of that, Transport Scotland said, well, we've got an EIA, so that sort of suffices, or whatever you said. I'd like to ask for disclosure of that, please, so we understand exactly what happened with respect to that.
There was a specific discussion on 2019 targets, but yes, if that would be helpful to the inquiry, we do have emails that set out the City Deal guidance, and that because the EIA already existed, there wasn't a requirement to do a further assessment.
From my perspective, as a point of comment, question again, disclosure would be helpful, because my question is whether Sheriffhall was reviewed under the City Deal programme. At the moment, I do not see evidence that it was, except that an EIA for the planning regime happened to exist in sort of parallel.
I think the witness's evidence is that it wasn't reviewed under the 2019 Act as part of the City Deal because the EIA was thought by those involved in the City Deal to be sufficient for that purpose.
Yeah.
So I think I'm not sure disclosure is going to change that answer. I think the witness's evidence is very clear. That's the position. So it wasn't reviewed independently under the 2019 legislation. The EIA has been carried out, and the parties are relying on that as the review under the legislation.
Well, yeah. What I asked was whether we could have disclosure of whatever exchange communication there was, which demonstrated that fulfilled the City Deal, reviewing the 2019 legislation.
I might be able to cut through this, there was a relatively recent Freedom of Information request by Mr Walker to the City Deal. The information was published online, and the documentation requested was disclosed by City Deal partners in response to that.
Ma'am, I haven't received that yet, because I was waiting for it. I mean, I know the chap I was dealing with very kindly said he would try and get it for the inquiry.
I can't comment on that. I was reading it online. Obviously, the Council has let me say this, a website which sets out Freedom of Information Act responses, and there's a PDF there which I was just reading this week which has that information in it.
Can those documents be brought tomorrow as late documents?
Can't see any reason why.
If they're already published under FY, I can't.
It's publicly available information. If it says inquiry, then
Mr Milne, that's why I was silent on it, because I didn't want to complicate things further, but I think that would be very helpful if those documents are produced.
Thank you. Yeah, that would help. So, was the environmental statement, the EIA, ever presented to the City Deal Committee in order to demonstrate that there was some sort of carbon assessment?
The EIA for the project was consulted on publicly. So anyone could have reviewed it and looked at the climate change impacts as well.
Okay, so my understanding from what you've just said is that on the the document was on the website, the environmental statement from 2019. I think April 2019 it was published, am I right?
December 2019.
Okay, sorry, December 2019. Sorry, it was the scoping, which was April, wasn't it? The EIA scoping was, but yeah, so the document was published December 2019. It was on the website from then, and anybody who wanted to know could look at it. So that, my question was it ever sort of presented in a more formal way to the City Deal administration via their committees or oversight bodies, whatever they're called? And putting words in your mouth, I think the answer is
not that I'm aware of. This predates my involvement in the project. I don't know.
Okay. The 2019 environmental statement was published before the information on the 2019 Act was available. So the 2019 environmental statement is actually comparing against the previous targets, I believe. So how is the 2019 environmental statement and a carbon assessment against the 2019 Act?
This is not an objection to the question, just again a comment maybe to speed things along when we get into the detail of the environmental statement and the sensitivity testing. That might be more appropriate for Mr Lansborough to speak to, but Ms Beams Singh in that respect can speak for herself and say whether she agrees with that or not, but there is this complexity around this evidence of the overlap between the facts and the law, and Ms Beams Singh's role compared to that of Mr Lansborough. So just to highlight that in case that saves us all some time.
Okay, as long as we park the issue here that whether the City Deal ever reviewed the scheme against 2019 legislation, as I understand it, Ms Beam Singh says that the EIA document existed, but that EIA document, it does refer to the 2019 legislation being expected, but it doesn't actually assess against 2019 legislation. So if we come later to Mr. Lansborough, then he can perhaps confirm that. But again, not trying to give evidence, but I'm just trying to park an issue that I don't think that we've actually established that the City deal ever reviewed the scheme against the 2019 legislation, because the EIA wasn't assessing against 2019 legislation, even if the EIA was, up to, was the right thing for the job, which I'm also saying it wasn't essentially.
Okay, again, we're straying into submissions. Ms. Beamson can answer that last question, but I think you've probably got other witnesses you could ask this line of question too, which might be more effective.
Yeah, okay. No, I take that point.
And it might be Ms. McClellan tomorrow, or it might be Mr. Lansborough.
Yeah.
Either or both would be more appropriate.
Okay.
But if you want to, you don't have to answer that last question, but if you want to answer that last question.
Yeah.
As far as you're aware, did the City Region deal ever review the scheme against the 2019 legislation? And if you don't know that, it's fine.
No,
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, let's park that as one we'll explore elsewhere. Right, okay. I've managed to skip over a few questions, hopefully a relief to everyone. If we now turn to the infrastructure investment plan, to start that, if we turn to the 2009 Climate Change Act, and that's the CD 002-016. And that version of the document is amended as by the 2019 Act. If you've got that document open, thank you, please can you go to page 71? So that's PDF, page 71, and you'll see section 93 at the top. Then if you go down, you'll see section 94, and this is just to introduce. You've got two sections, section 94 and section 94A, and section 94 is entitled Impact of Budget Proposals on Emissions, and section 94A is Impact of Infrastructure Investment on Emissions. And if you look at the commencement information, which are given in the sort of square boxes, section 94 has been in force since 31st of October 2009. In other words, it came in with the original Act. But over the page, the section 94A has just been in force since 23rd of March 2020, as it was an amendment from the 2019 Act. So I just wanted to be clear for the subsequent questioning that we have two different duties enacted at different times and in different legislative contexts. So the Scottish Government subsequently published two documents, the Infrastructure Investment Plan 2021-2022 to 2025-2026, that's CD 003-013, and then the June 2022 Progress Report, which is SHU 6015. And please, if we could go to PDF page 55 in the IIP document. So that's the CD 003-013 one. And under Annex D, major projects and programmes for reporting to Public Audit and Post-Legislative Scrutiny Committee. So this page, I just wanted to ask you, and I think you'll know the question without actually finding the reference which page it is, because I forgot to put that in, but do you agree that Sheriffhall scheme is listed under additional transport links alongside the city regions deal in that document in Annex D? I'll find the page number. Oh. Yeah, so it's PDF page 55. And it has city, region and regional growth deal programme.
Yes.
So that basically lodges the Sheriffhall in that document, in the infrastructure plan. So if we can now go back to page 49 in that document. So this is a one-page Annex C which states carbon assessment of infrastructure investment plan. And first of all, a taxonomy is laid out for three categories: low carbon, neutral, high carbon. And the first sentence reads, the most recent analysis of the budget 21-22 estimates 36% of the capital budget can be classed as low carbon, 8.5% in the high carbon category. Would you agree that that's referring to carbon assessment of the Scottish Government budget? And therefore it's a statement which satisfies the Section 94 duty, which relates to the impact of the budget proposals on emissions.
Annex C, specifically.
Yeah, Annex C. And
C.
And underneath the taxonomy sort of chart, the green, orange, and red.
Yes.
There's a sentence. The first sentence under that chart was what I was referring to. The most recent analysis of budget. Mm-hmm. And then it gives some percentages. And the question was, would you agree that that sentence fulfills Section 94 of the Act, which is about carbon assessment of the Scottish Government budget?
I'm not a legal expert. I can't say whether this specific paragraph fulfills Section 94 of the Act. My understanding of Annex C as a whole is that it fulfills Section 94A of the Act.
Section 94 which?
94A? Sorry.
So you're saying that are you saying it fulfills Section 94A?
Yes.
Okay. My questioning is because I disagree with that, and I'm saying the first sentence, which is building up what they're saying, is, and that's why I asked the question, is that fulfilling the budget carbon assessment requirement, which is Section 94, or is it fulfilling the infrastructure investment plan duty, which is Section 94A? And just from the wording, because it says budget and it produces figures from the budget, would you agree that conclusion is that that is talking about Section 94A and fulfilling the Section 94A duty? I'm just talking about that first sentence so far.
Ma'am, I think this witness has given her answer in so far as she can, and there is an element of straying into asking Ms Beam Singh to express a view on whether this document, which the wider Scottish Government is responsible for, has complied with a statutory duty which is incumbent upon the Scottish ministers.
I'm not sure how much further you're going to get with line of questioning. The answer I thought you were given, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that Ms Beam Singh said she couldn't say if it fulfills section 94A of the Act.
Yeah, I can't respond on the specific sentence. I'm not a legal expert, and
Okay. I'm going to jump over about 2 or 3 pages of my question to save time for everybody, and I'll produce this later in my own evidence or whatever. But if I can read this out and sort of assume that I've asked 2 or 3 pages of questioning, I am leading up to a particular question about Miss Beam Singh's precognition. And, without being able to go through the detailed questioning, it may not entirely sort of hold together, but I think that's the only option I have, given that the promoter doesn't want to proceed with the 2 or 3 pages of questioning. I'm happy to skip over.
I don't think it's the promoter doesn't want you to proceed, to be fair to the promoter. I think it's the fact that I'm not sure this witness can answer your questions.
Okay, right. Well,
and it may be there's other witnesses can,
okay.
And so you're not precluded from asking those questions for other witnesses. No
Okay.
issue with that whatsoever. I think Ms Beam Singh, as explained, she doesn't have the knowledge. It's not her field of expertise to answer the questions. Now, if you want a 5-minute adjournment just to look at the question you've got and reword it, rephrase it, I'm happy to have a 5-10 minute break.
Well,
so you can make
I
it
had
make sense.
Sort of. So I'll explain what I intended to do, and I'll do it later in my evidence. Is that I was going to walk through all the relevant documents and come to particular conclusions, and ask for those conclusions to be whether they were agreed with. But as I'm not able to do that, I will go straight to where I would have summarised that process. But the question which hangs at the end of this is still very relevant, because it's about Miss Beam Singh's precognition.
And that's fine, but to make that question relevant, do you want 5-10 minutes to look at that question in light of the fact you haven't asked the other questions?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
I can ad-lib it, I think, but I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
Thank you for offering that. So, just to summarise what I might have asked in this line of questioning, I would have considered that we've gone on a wild goose chase in search of a carbon assessment of the IIP, the Infrastructure Investment Plan, which satisfies the Section 94A duty. We've not found such a carbon assessment, and we haven't found it in the progress report. Miss Beam Singh did refer earlier, actually, to others' questioning that the Scottish Government are developing a methodology for the purpose of satisfying this duty. So we can lodge that on the basis of previous questioning. But it is as yet unpublished and not functional. So if I turn to Miss Beam Singh precognition at paragraph 8.8 on PDF page 8, you say that the necessary information assessments have been laid before the Scottish Parliament in compliance with the Scottish Minister's statutory obligations for both Section 94 and Section 94A. If you read, can you read the sentence you've written in Section 8.8? So I was going to say I agree with you on Section 94. The information provided is in an annual series of carbon assessments of the Scottish budget reports, which you mentioned in the OIR report, and we can give the references in those if needed. So yes, that box is ticked, that's fine. However, the point I would have made, would have established by questioning through there's 2 or 3 pages I've skipped over, would have been that, to my knowledge, and to what we'd have established by the questioning, no such report exists for the Section 94A duty, and no discharge duties therefore being made in the IIP, in the IIP progress report, or anywhere else. So do you agree that Section 8.8 of your precognition is incorrect with respect to Section 94A? I mean, effectively, you're questioning my evidence in where you've written that. You're responding to what I've written previously, but essentially you've just said, well, you don't really know. You're not. That's outside your remit to go through these documents and establish that. So my question is, do you agree that Section 8.8 of your precognition is incorrect in respect to Section 94A?
No, I don't agree that it's incorrect. In referring to Section 94A, my view is that Annex C fulfills that duty, Annex C of the IIP. And if you look at the IIP, it does acknowledge that Parliament agreed that a new methodology should be developed in order to assess the contribution made by the infrastructure investment plan to the new targets. And so there, and it does point to new methods needing to be developed, but currently Annex C fulfills that duty.
Right, thank you. That's a point of common ground on the new methodology that my question was intended to establish, that there is a new methodology being established, but the question which comes from that then is, does that methodology yet exist? Has it been functionally applied? Has a report been written on its functional application to date?
I don't know. I don't think I'm the appropriate expert for this line of questioning.
Okay.
Again, I don't feed into my role in the Scottish Government.
Okay.
Does it really?
I'm very sorry, Ms. Beam-Singh, but you have said that you think 94A has been fulfilled by Annex C of the infrastructure, the IIP. You've said that, and now you're saying it's outside your remit to know whether the methodology has ever actually been functionally applied and a report has ever been written on the basis of that. Attached to this IIP, there is only the vaguest qualitative information, and that information is based on the budget. It's not based upon the IIP itself. That's where my question would have gone to establish that. I mean, I can do this later in the examination if it's not within your remit. But I would say, therefore, it wasn't also within your remit, in your precognition, to actually imply that the evidence I'd given was incorrect. Because you're saying, well, on the one hand, you're saying it's not within my remit to know exactly what's happened, and on the other hand, you're saying Section 94A has been fulfilled, has been discharged, and Dr. Boswell's wrong. I don't believe you can have it both ways.
My precognition was specifically referring to the duty under Section 94A and that it has been fulfilled through Annex C. But Annex C itself states that a new methodology should be developed. And your question on whether the methodology has been developed is a question that I can't answer. But my view is that Annex C already fulfills that duty using current methodologies.
So the current methodology, just to be clear on this, is to take the taxonomy, which is on that page, I think you've probably still got on the screen, take the result of the taxonomy from the budget analysis, which is under the Section 94 duty, and then to say, and the second sentence on that page says, under the tables, says, oh, well, the infrastructure plan looks a bit similar, paraphrasing it, but that's essentially what it says. But effectively no quantitative analysis has been done anyway. And then it goes into a long narrative about, well, really, there is no methodology, and the Scottish Government, when it set the 2019 Act, said it would go off and develop a methodology, and we're still waiting for that. And am I correct to understand that you're saying that fulfills the Section 94A duty? That those paragraphs under the table, that's what you're saying? I understand it, that you're saying that fulfills the Section 94A duty.
Ma'am, I think that the witness has answered this question several times now. I think we have a clear statement of our position. Dr Boswell might not like that answer, but I think we have Ms Beam Singh's position.
Okay, so it's a point of disagreement to note.
Yeah, no, it's a note as a point of disagreement, but I think Ms Beam Singh has repeated her answer. I'm not sure she can probably say anything more than she has.
Yeah.
But
I would like to put on record that it's to be sort of told, I mean, it's start 8.8 says, turning to the objection, replying regarding non-compliance to Section 94 and 94A. So, you know, the objectors are being treated like, well, you don't really know what you're talking about. But, you know, the author of the report is saying, well, I'm afraid it's outside my remit. So I do believe that's, you know, that is an issue, and I'd like to put that on record.
And you'll get a chance when you give your evidence to say a bit more about it.
In my evidence, I will put that on record.
But I note your point meantime.
Pardon?
I note your point meantime.
Thank you.
And the point of disagreement.
Right, I'm seeing what I might or might not be able to skip over. So this is returning to Section 8 of your precognition again, which is objections on climate change. And I'd like to ask if we could go to the environmental statement, Chapter 1. My apologies, I think I forgot to say I wanted the environmental Chapter 1 up. And if we go to page 12 on that, please. So paragraph 172 states that AECOM is an Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, and that's what we abbreviate and colloquially call IEMA, registered EIA quality mark company. The IEMA EIA quality mark is based around a set of EIA commitments that organisations registered to the scheme agree to comply with. IEMA operates the EIA quality mark and undertakes an independent review of an organisation's compliance with its EIA commitments, both during the application process and through an annual review process. As such, the IEMA EIA quality mark provides registrants with a benchmark for their EIA activities and allows them to demonstrate their commitments to effective practice. Now, I know that you're not AECOM, I know you're Transport Scotland, but you refer to IEMA. And would you agree that this would suggest that AECOM, as an IEA practitioner company, would adhere to the IEA guidance?
Accordance with the DMRB, but the DMRB is not prescriptive, so it is generally up to the assessor, ECOM in this case, to apply professional judgment in undertaking the AIA. And if that assessment is that IEMA should be applied in some cases, then that is what it is.
Okay, thank you. Can we now go to Chapter 18 of the Environmental Statement? If we go to PDF page 5, please. Okay. At the bottom, you've got paragraph 18.225. And at the bottom of that paragraph, well, first of all, it talks about different assessment thresholds, but we don't need to worry what those might be. But at the last sentence, it says, this is in line with the IEMA guidance, IEMA 2017, that states that the application of standard EIA significance criteria is not considered to be appropriate. And then below that, you get a table 18.5, which puts in some assessment thresholds and calls them minor not significant or major significant. Without going to version 1 of the IEMA, the 2017 IEMA guidance, those are the assessment thresholds out of that guidance. So would you agree that this shows that AECOM, as the EIA practitioner company for Transport Scotland, was using the IEMA guidance when it produced the environmental statement in 2019?
I think this is a question for Mr. Lensborough, rather than for me.
Yeah, or possibly Miss McClellan.
Yes.
But, okay. In section 8.6 of your precognition, referring to the IEMA guidance, which you say is supported by SHU, as if it's not supported by other people. But in that statement 8.6, you state that the IEMA guidance has not been adopted by Transport Scotland. Fine. However, would you agree that the IEMA guidance version 1 was adopted and used by your EI practitioners to develop the environmental statement? I understand that you need to have been able to answer the previous question to answer that. But again, it's a rather similar point that to the previous one, that you've stated something at 8.6 about the IEMA guidance, and it's either within your remit to better back that up, or it's not within your remit to put it in the precognition.
If I can clarify this statement, in my precognition, the IEMA guidance has not been adopted by Transport Scotland. Transport Scotland use the design manual for roads and bridges for AIA, including climate change impact assessment, referring specifically to the section of the DMLB that relates to climate change, which is LA114. LA114 includes a national annex that has been developed with Transport Scotland, and that refers back to the climate change plan. And it is for this reason that Transport Scotland used the DMLB for assessing climate change impacts.
Thank you. This is going to the issue of the 20% reduction in car kilometres. If we could look at the recent CCC progress report again, please. That's the one we started on. So that's CD 00513. And page 150, PDF 157. So this is sort of within an appendix of recommendations to the Scottish Government, and it's recommendations for surface transport, and the first item, car demand, and the recommendation to the Scottish Government is publish a detailed strategy building on the roadmap consultation 2022, setting out how the Scottish Government will achieve a 20% reduction in car kilometres by 2030 and deliver 20-minute neighbourhoods. And this should include both investment in more sustainable modes of travel and measures to reduce the attractiveness of driving. So would you agree that delivery of the 20% reduction in car kilometres by 2030 target is a very early stage, and that there is a need for detailed strategy, which the Committee on Climate Change highlight, in order to deliver it, and that detailed strategy does not yet exist?
On the report saying that, recommending that a detailed strategy should be published, yes, I would agree with what you've said, that yes.
Thank you. Even though there's no detailed strategy yet, Transport Scotland, as I understand it, seem confident that the 20% target will be met. Is that correct?
Yes, it is a commitment, and there is the 20% reduction target is a government commitment, and there is a route map that sets out a framework on changes that are required to achieve the 20% reduction in car kilometres.
Okay, so you didn't quite answer my question, but I mean, just you do sound confident about this target being met, you base that on the fact that a route map exists, even though it's not a detailed strategy. But if it is the case that we can be confident that that 20% target can be met, why have you not included that 20% reduction in the baseline, within the baseline of the traffic modelling? We've got the further information report, which has done all sorts of sensitivity tests and so on. So there's been changes to the traffic modelling very recently, within the last 6 months or something. So why, knowing that this target existed and being confident that Transport Scotland could deliver it, was that 20% reduction policy target not put into the baseline for the traffic modelling, for which everything else is then compared against with the design sort of scenario of the modelling?
This question is best answered by Mr. Elliott, who can explain what the baseline traffic model does and what it includes in terms of policies.
Okay. We'll park that one for Mr. Elliott. There's quite a bit of discussion about the BCR earlier. I've just got a sort of very quick couple of questions on that. Can you advise me if you've made any update to the BCR following the new carbon pricing data from HM Treasury Green Book supplement on quantifying and valuing carbon emissions in infrastructure, which was published in autumn 2021?
The BCL, the current BCL is the one that was published at the same time as the Stage 3 report.
Okay. Just as I need to slap my wrist because I introduced something there I haven't put into the core documents. I'm aware of that. So I think it would be valuable for me to submit that, if I may. It's the UK document entitled Valuation of Energy Use and Greenhouse Gas, Supplementary Guidance to the HM Treasury Green Book on Appraisal and Valuation in Central Government. Just say the increases of costs of carbon are very significant, and I need to put that document to sort of air this issue more widely. But I think it's probably not fair to ask you more about that. But it's clear that the question I asked, it's clear that because that was 2021 and your BCR is 5 years old, if I understand it, that it hasn't been updated for that new data. And that was the question I asked.
Yes, it hasn't been updated.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Beamsing. That's the end of my questioning.
Are you intending to submit that document?
So,
Are you intending to submit
I
that
will,
document?
Indeed, yes,
Can
please.
you send it to the promoter in the first instance? I don't know if you've got an objection to that coming in late, or given it's a government document, you're quite happy with that? No objection. Okay, that would be SHU 006.76.
Okay, yeah, I'll submit that. I'll do that tonight. I may, excuse me a moment, I may need to submit the transport appraisal guidance, which went with it as well, because you've got the Treasury guidance, and then DFT did a further sort of transport appraisal guidance, which goes with. So it may be two documents, but I'll submit them in sequence, 076 and so on.
Okay, I do have some questions, but would you like a 10-minute break at this point? It's convenient. It's a convenient time to do it if you want just a 10-minute break to gather your thoughts and your papers before I start asking my questions. Would everyone prefer a break? Okay, we'll break until 3:45. Some questions I'd like to ask you. If you are not the right witness, just say, because some do touch on modelling aspects, things like that, and it might be more appropriate that it's a different witness, and that's no problem at all. First of all, just going to the overarching inquiry report. And looking at paragraph 4.1.5. And this stems from paragraph 3 in your recognition, where you say that the promoter's position is that the scheme satisfies its objectives as set out in this paragraph of the OIR. I just wanted to contest those objectives just a little bit based on the evidence we've got. So the first objective is to improve the movement of traffic on the A720 between Gilmerton and Old Craig Hall by providing great separation of the A720 at the existing roundabout. Now, obviously, I've driven through around Sheriffhall several times, numerous occasions, different times of the day, either going west a bit further. And it seems to me that what I tend to experience is that sometimes there's a queue, if you're going westbound, sometimes there's a queue before Sheriffhall. You might hit the lights relatively luckily, if you want to say it that way, you get through the green light, and more often than not, you stop not far up from Sheriffhall roundabout in the queue before Gilmerton. Or you might get a bit past Gilmerton and stop before the queue for Straighton. But it tends to be the bit after Sheriffhall that doesn't free flow. So looking at that objective as being improve the movement of traffic from Old Craig Hall, which is past beyond Miller Hill, to Gilmerton, does this actually do that? Based on my experience, the bottleneck tends to be, there is bottleneck before Sheriffhall, but it's also the bottleneck after Sheriffhall, which this improvement, it wouldn't change that, would it?
The detail of the question is probably more for Mr. Elliott on what traffic movements it would affect, but in terms of the objective itself, it would improve the movement of traffic across Sheriffhall Junction. It's not going to solve wider issues across the network.
Yes, it tackles the problem at Sheriffhall, where you might have to stop and wait for the lights, but it's not going to change any congestion, particularly westbound beyond Sheriffhall. That would still be an issue with or without this improvement.
I think this question is probably more for Mr. Elliott on up to which point the scheme provides a provides the improvement and reduces the congestion.
Okay, so based on my experience that there tends to be congestion after Sheriffhall, but there's no improvements other than the roundabout, do you think the scheme does meet its first objective?
Yes, I think it meets that objective by providing the improvement at Sheriffhall.
But if I can't go much further than Sheriffhall because of the bottleneck, it's doing nothing to improve movement from just beyond Sheriffhall to Gilmerton, is it?
Yes. But in developing the scheme, once the objectives are already established, there were various options that were considered, and Mr. Hutchison will be able to explain what those options were. And as part of assessing the various options, they were tested against the scheme objectives to see which one meets the objectives in the most optimal way. And the scheme that is being taken forward is the one that meets those objectives.
And just as a layperson, this may be one for Mr. Elliott because it touches on modelling. But I always wonder if Sheriffhall actually helps the congestion beyond Sheriffhall counterintuitively, because it naturally breaks the traffic. And therefore, maybe it's more a modelling question. Can the model run and show what happens if, because you don't have that break at Sheriffhall, does traffic then just continue backing up? Because the Gilmerton Junction is no better, the Straighton Junction is no better, the Lothianburn Junction is no better. So actually, it's not necessarily Sheriffhall that's causing the congestion. All it's going to do is back up to Oak Craig Hall. That's in the worst case, I would say. I'm not trying to make it sound like it's awful. But am I being counterintuitive, or is that really a question for me to explore with Mr. Elliott around the modelling? And I'm happy to do that. And it's maybe how the model runs and works. Okay, no, I'm happy to take it up, Mr. Elliott. I'm just maybe being a daft layperson, but I'll take it up with him.
But I think it's important to remember that it's about separating the local traffic from the strategic traffic. So it's not just the movement on the bypass, but it's also the movement on the local roads.
So what you're saying there's benefits to both. So I shouldn't be kind of focusing on just the A720,
yes.
but the overall benefits.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, I think you say somewhere that this is really an operational solution for Sheriffhall. Is that fair, summary of it?
It improves the operation of the junction, yes.
And I think it was said earlier, the roundabout isn't deficient as far as, in engineering terms, it functions as a roundabout. It's just operationally, it's not optimal for how you want traffic to flow around the bypass. Is that fair? So it's really an operational issue as opposed to something wrong with the roundabout.
Again, this is probably more for Mr. Hutchison to explain in detail in terms of the engineering of the roundabout.
Whilst I appreciate there's other objectives around severance, conflict of traffic, but focusing purely on improving movement of traffic and it being more operational, and again, it's probably a real daft lassie question, but were there any other operational improvements considered, like tweaking the lighting signalling around the roundabout at different parts of the day, different peak times? Is that again for Ms Hutchison to answer?
That is also for Mr. Hutchison.
Can I just clarify what your understanding is of how much traffic remains on the A720, how much comes off, and then how much local traffic comes onto this A720 and how much remains as local traffic and crosses the roundabout?
Is that in the existing situation or
With the scheme in place.
with the scheme in place? This is probably more for Mr. Elliott to answer.
Do you know rough percentages? Because obviously, to know the rough percentages, you need to kind of know that to know whether it complies with its objectives.
Yeah. So at the moment, with the scheme, 75% of the traffic that use the A720 that would currently use the roundabout, sorry, I'll rephrase that. So with the scheme, 75% of the A720 traffic that don't need to use the roundabout won't be using the roundabout. And 50% of local traffic who don't need to use the BIPE, who don't need to join the A720, will be able to just carry on and use the roundabout to access other local roads.
I'll probably touch on that more with Mr. Elliott when he gives his evidence. Now again, it's been another one from Mr. Elliott, but it's because it's linked to the objectives for the scheme, and one of which is to improve road safety for all users on the A720 and approach roads. So, first of all, I looked for the evidence you've got about accidents, but TS1004 only gives the information to 2016. I just wondered if there's any information between 2016 and 2022. And it's unless I misread TS001004. And then
It's for Mr. Elliott.
And so if I got questions about how you model accidents, again, that's Mr. Elliott. Do you think there would be, overall, looking at the bigger picture, more environmental disbenefits than benefits of the scheme?
My view is that there will be more benefits for the scheme. Ms. McClellan will be able to explain in more detail what the benefits are.
So again, I just ask her those questions. If I've got specific questions on the ES.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we've heard today that the current setup at Sheriffhall acts as a barrier, and there's that level of severance. So the OIR 4113 So it states that the traffic counts show that the current numbers of NMU users crossing the junction are less than 20 per day. So I wondered, is that low because of severance? Is it low because actually people use existing routes? And bearing in mind where the National Cycle Route 1 goes, which is kind of around Sheriffhall and into Edinburgh, or is it because there's just not the provision there between starting points and Sheriffhall to encourage people to walk and cycle?
I'm not able to say exactly why the traffic count for non-motorised users is low, but by providing a safer non-motorised route throughout the junction and making sure that it ties in to wider non-motorised user routes, it's envisaged that this will increase in the future, that it will be used more.
So you had to make sure it was tied in to existing.
It is, yeah.
As opposed to incentivise people to use it, otherwise they will stick with their existing routes if there's already provision there. So if they've got an existing route that's very easy to use and there's limited connection to what's at Sheriffhall, they're not going to swap, are they? Not going to take a different route.
No, but there are connections to Sheriffhall, and Sheriffhall Roundabout will be much easier and safer to use in the future compared to the existing situation.
And if I want to explore what the provision is, what the connections are, is that Mr. Hutchison?
Yes.
Was an assessment carried out of how many people would use the new NMU provision? Was that a part of, wouldn't be a traffic assessment, I doubt, but was there some assessment to demonstrate that these facilities would be used?
Not that I'm aware of. That's not to say it hasn't been done. This predates my involvement in the project.
So I can maybe ask Mr. Hutchison that as well?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any assessment of what the modal shift would be if you put active travel facilities in the roundabout? Bearing in mind the reduction in car kilometres, wanting to get people out of cars, things like that. Was there an assessment of pre and post scheme what the modal shift would be?
Mr. Hutchison is probably best placed to answer that.
And if those assessments haven't been done, how do you know what benefit there is from the active travel provision?
In developing the scheme design, we have Transport Scotland has consulted with local authorities and other groups to understand what the aspirations are, and it has been developed taking that consultation into account. And yes, there are just 20 people using it per day at the moment, based on the traffic counts. But it is hoped that you provide the infrastructure and people will come to it. That's the approach in a way.
I suppose that comes back to the point you've got to be able to get to it,
yes,
to use it.
Yes, and Mr. Hutchison will be able to explain how it does tie into existing routes, not just aspirational ones, but the scheme does tie into existing active travel routes.
And when it comes to the public transport benefit, is that just the journey time saving that's attributed to public transport benefit?
It's also more reliable journey times.
And again, I'm guessing that journey times is for Mr. Elliott. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Can I just double check? Is the roundabout going to be signalised at all?
Sorry, I'll have to double check that.
Ma'am, if I could come in there, please. It is not part of the scheme.
The reason I'm asking is some of the visualisations would suggest that some of the arms have traffic lights, and I just want to clarify if it's signalised or not, or if that's just part of the visualisation and drive-through. So I can ask you, okay. It's just, yeah, I just want to be totally clear. I've got a question about how the slip, like the off slips would work. Again, is that Mr. Elliott, from a modelling perspective?
Probably, depending on the question, Mr. Hutchison or Mr. Elliott.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so thinking about the city deal, my understanding is that this project came kind of long before the city deal.
Yes.
And I think you said earlier that the scheme is part of the city deal package, but it's not necessary to make the other developments happen. So if the orders weren't made, the whole city deal doesn't collapse. It would just be this part wouldn't happen.
It would be this part would it happen, and it would support the city deal projects. So the scheme supports the city deal projects in. If I turn to the wider impacts paper. Yes, Table 4 of the wider impacts paper that explains how the scheme is contributing towards the city deal and how it's assisting in the city deal objectives.
So it contributes, but the city deal is not dependent on it. If you look at the National Planning Framework which is referenced in the overarching report at 3.2.58, what this... Sorry, have you got a reference for that?
The overarching report is TS...
I'm looking at the overarching report of the MPF4.
Sorry, overarching report, yeah. 3.2.58, and there is a quote from NPF4 that states there is a particular pressure for housing solutions, including provision of affordable homes that meet future needs in the southeast of Scotland. Edinburgh is committed to building affordable homes at scale and will need to work with the region to accommodate wider needs and demand in a strategic way. And 7 strategic sites supported through the city deal could accommodate up to 45,000 homes and associated economic and employment benefits. And then it then goes on to say that the Edinburgh and South East City Deal identifies infrastructure investment as part of it, and that these interventions and commitments taken with the transport investment made through the deal will ensure the city region continues to grow and flourish. My understanding of that is that the transport interventions, which include Sheriffhall, are therefore key to the city deal.
But it's not dependent on it. So if, for example, Sheriffhall didn't happen, are you saying that none of the developments would then happen?
No, I'm not saying that.
If you go to the City Deal document, which I think is CD 326, paragraph 2.55, and this states that Transport Scotland will manage and deliver the upgrade of Sheriffhall Roundabout. And it goes on to say, when complete, this, meaning the Sheriffhall Roundabout, will allow the traffic on the bypass to flow freely, improving road safety and journey times for all road users. Is it fair to say that it's only sorting an issue at Sheriffhall, it's not sorting the issue across the whole bypass? obviously the money for the scheme, I think there's 120 million committed through the city deal. I think the latest cost from the traffic modelling is 116 million, excluding VAT. And obviously that's only as good as the assumptions that are put into the cost. If it's more than 120 million, what's going to happen? Where does the money come from to fund it?
Scottish ministers have taken the financial risk for the project, so it would be Scottish ministers who would fund the project, assuming it does go through successfully go through all the approval stages.
And is there evidence of that before the inquiry?
Evidence of the Scottish ministers funding. I'm not sure if it has been put before the inquiry, but there is a webcast of the City Region Deal, June 2021, joint committee meeting that states that would it be helpful for us to lodge that as a late submission.
Would there be minutes of that meeting?
It was covered in the Q&A, so I'm not sure that point is covered in the meeting notes, but we can check that.
Conscious of time today, I don't. If you can check and let me know tomorrow morning, that would be helpful. Given the current cost of living crisis and pressures on government budgets, you're saying obviously Scottish Ministers have taken the financial risk. Now, there must be a limit to where they cannot fund the project anymore. If the costs went exceptionally high, there must be a point where there is no money, they can't fund the project. If the scheme went through and it was still thought it should be delivered within a reasonable budget, what assurance would there be that the active travel bits would be delivered and not just the junction improvements?
The active travel is a core part of the scheme. It is in the published orders and the environmental statement, and it therefore has to be delivered.
So it's all or nothing?
Yes.
So earlier on, you were asked questions about costs and the fact it's not the sole decision-making criteria, and I get that there's other softer things around that. Are you the person to ask questions about the cost estimate?
The specifics of the cost estimate,
as set out in DMRB 3?
That would probably be for Mr. Hutchison.
But from a Transport Scotland perspective, I suppose would you accept or agree that those cost estimates are only as good as the assumptions that are made at this point in time?
Yes, and they are reviewed at appropriate points in time.
And from a Transport Scotland perspective, I appreciate there's different points in the process where you get different sign-offs and you refresh the costs and things like that. If you were reporting internally, for example, within Transport Scotland and getting approval for something, how much certainty would you put around the costs at this point in time?
Given it's an estimate from 2019, however, well, probably just taking a step back from that, the cost estimate from 2019, it includes an element of risk because known risks are assessed and quantified, and it feeds into the overall cost estimate. And in addition to that, there is also optimism bias, which is explained in the overarching report that is taken into account, and the percentage of optimism bias depends on the stage of the project. The appropriate optimism bias was applied at stage 3. Therefore, there are inbuilt measures already that do account for uncertainty around cost. But to respond to your specific point about how much certainty there is over the cost at this stage, then there is the cost estimate already takes into account a number of uncertainties, and it would only become more certain as the scheme develops and more information is known. That feeds into the cost estimate.
Okay, I won't go into the actual specific cost element, which I'll come on to, Mr. Hutchison. Did Transport Scotland, or you in particular, consider whether the optimism bias was at the right level for the scheme, bearing in mind some of the complexities around the scheme?
The optimism bias that is applied, that was applied at stage 3. It is in accordance with guidance, but taking into account the complexities around the scheme, that would usually feed into the quantified risk assessment if it's assessed as a risk.
And I'm thinking in relation to the scheme, ground conditions. You've got mine shaft, mine working, a fault. And I just wondered whether that must be fairly unusual in a normal road scheme around Scotland, and whether Transport Scotland is comfortable with the level of optimism bias and the cost estimate in relation to that element, bearing in mind, I note, I think, from the either DMRB or the ES, that you need to do more intrusive groundworks to understand the extent of, for example, grouting.
Mr. Hutchison will be able to explain how that has been considered as part of the cost estimate, how mine workings and where information isn't complete, how that feeds, how then that is considered as part of the cost estimate. So, for instance, the mine workings and the further information that would be needed. This is for transport projects generally so there is information gathered up to a point that feeds into the assessment, but the assessment then considers that the information is limited and that there could be more that will be known at a future stage that will then refine the cost.
And in that situation, there's nothing to stop you or someone in the project increasing the optimism bias to take account of the fact that there's a lack of information?
The optimism bias, I
think there's recommendations, isn't there? But
yes.
There's nothing to stop you doing something different to reflect the actualities around the scheme. Is that fair about optimism bias?
I don't think. I'll just go to the point about optimism bias. Yes, the optimism bias. It's generally to account for project appraisers demonstrated systematic tendency for project appraisers to be overly optimistic, and there is then guidance to say that at what stage, what type of optimism bias should be applied. But your question, I think, was probably...
That's guidance, but you can depart from that.
You can depart from it. But you would generally follow guidance unless there was a compelling reason to depart from it.
I know, and maybe this was Hutchison again, I don't know, from DMRB2 to DMRB3, there was quite a shift change in the NMU provision. Yes. At stage 2, it was at grade, there was no grade separation. There wasn't much around NMUs. Then obviously you carried out further work before DMRB, refining the scheme, consultation, and looking at options. Are you satisfied that the NME provision, as per the scheme now, is fully costed in the cost estimate?
For the DMRB stage 3, I think that's probably for Mr. Hutchison.
So again, questions on BCR, Mr. Elliott?
Probably depends on what the question is.
Well, I think we discussed the general proposition earlier that if the costs go up and the benefits remain as they are, the BCR would change and go down. Likewise, if the costs go up, the benefits go down, the BCR would go down. If costs go down, the benefits go up, the BCR goes up. So that principle is kind of, you're happy with that? Okay. I'll ask specific questions to Mr. Elliott then about the BCR. Is it fair, when I look at your evidence in the round, that in reaching your conclusions about the scheme meeting its objectives, complying with policy, complying with climate change, things like that, you have, in the main, and tell me if I'm wrong, relied on the evidence of other parties and your advisors to enable you to reach those conclusions?
Yes, and that is my role in Transport Scotland. There is the wider team who advise on technical matters. My role is what you have described here, to consider the input from various advisors.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Millen, do you have any re-examination?
No, thank you, ma'am. I have no questions.
Okay, so I make that 4:30, a very convenient time to the end. I don't propose we go until our witness today, unless you're...
I am not champing at the bit.
Ma'am, could I just ask Mr. French, because I'm conscious that he takes time off work to come here, if I could just defer to him.
I'm 99% sure that's okay. I'd have to actually check my calendar when I get home, but that's all I can do. Yeah.
It's just that he's shadowing Mr. Hutchison, and obviously we would like him to be here, so...
Yeah, Ms. Hutchison will be on at 9:30 tomorrow, if that helps. It's hard. It's hard. But if we can think about asking the questions tomorrow, that may make it a shorter session. I don't know. There's quite obviously few aspects Ms Hutchinson needs to deal with, which he's got notice of in the questioning today. I would hope, though, we'd be through Ms Hutchinson by tomorrow and on to other witnesses tomorrow.
Yep, me too.
So it might be by lunchtime. You can go. I just can't guarantee anything.
Yeah, it's possible I have forgotten I have agreed to have a meeting at 9:30 tomorrow morning already, and in which case I'm just going to have to apologise and send a list of questions to someone else. But I don't think that's the case.
Well, on that basis, are there any other matters anyone wants to raise? If the parties can come with just on those documents we discussed tomorrow morning, and let me bring paper copies for me so I have them.
Sorry, just to clarify, who will follow Mr Hutchison, if, assuming that's completed by around lunchtime?
Next one, according to my list, is Ms McClelland, and then it would be Mr Elliott, and I can't imagine we're going to get through more than those three tomorrow. But that would be the three tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then we'd have Mr Lansborough, Mr Hotchkiss and Ms Scott, hopefully on the Wednesday.
Documents, did you, for any late submissions? Just now, I'm afraid
Do you have a problem with the printer?
I haven't got a printer with me, so
if you put them onto Objective Connect,
okay,
and I'll print them out from there for my benefit.
Brilliant, thank you.
And you can either put them on Objective Connect and I'll print, or bring hard copies. That's fine. I can print, but if you put it on Objective Connect, I'll then get a link to that. It's just if you send them direct to the case officer, I won't necessarily have them by first thing tomorrow morning because Jane's not in the office today. Okay, so thank you for everyone's time today. We're back tomorrow 9:30 and we'll see you all then. Thank you.